Independent School District has been duly called, and notice of this meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Section 551.043 of the Texas Government Code. We'll begin today with audience with the board. We have 22 speakers signed up. So in accordance with our policy, we will reduce the time from 5 minutes to 2 minutes for every speaker this evening. I'm going to call you 5 at a time just so you'll know to be ready so that we can move from one speaker to another. Just know if you're in the 5, I'll call you then individually, but I just want you to be ready. So our first 5 speakers are Kim Saunders, Ann Craig, Lynette Lennox, Colette Brumbaugh, so I'm so sorry if I do not pronounce someone's name right, and Barbara Thoreau. Those will be our first 5. Is the clock working? Okay, so there is a clock. We also have Ms. Duncan here who can let you know when you have a minute left if you would like that. So your time begins now. Thank you. Sorry, as soon as Ms. Duncan's ready.
Thank you. Okay. My speech was longer than 2 minutes, so I'm going to skip one part. I am proud to have spent the last 15 years of my full-time teaching career at Seguin High School. Our wonderful Seguin Independent School District students are diverse. They come from differing backgrounds. They are various races, ethnicities, religions, cultures, socioeconomic levels, etc. And their life experiences vary widely. All of our students are important. Each student's life experience should be valued, and this should be reflected in the literature that we provide for our students. Each student's story is different, and we should validate and value all of their stories. Their stories should be reflected in the literature they read in class and on their own. In order to help grow my students' literacy skills, I taught a variety of genres and styles of literature in class. However, I also assigned independent reading projects through which students could choose a piece of literature to read on their own and complete the project. Each 6 weeks, I assigned a project, took my students to the library, and when needed, guided them as they explored the stacks and online catalog. The library visit was something my students and I looked forward to and savored each 6 weeks. Our illustrious librarians were always ready to help by asking students about their interests, then guiding them toward books that featured these topics. It was through these independent reading projects that I observed students making the most growth in their reading and writing skills, development of empathy, and broadening of perspectives. Because they were able to choose what their own reading experiences would be, they were much more motivated and engaged in the reading process. Besides participating in presentations and discussions that I planned for them, they engaged in spur-of-the-moment, unplanned conversations about important life topics with their peers, often exploring concepts at the heart of what it means to be a human being. Sometimes this meant learning about what life is like for people different from themselves, and sometimes this meant recognizing themselves on the page. These books can sometimes explore harrowing topics, but life can be harrowing. Students can choose to read books that grapple with savory and unsavory topics through experiencing them variously through the characters at a safe distance. This helps them prepare for the challenges and difficult choices they will encounter in their lives. Choice in reading material is vital to the kind of deep growth and preparation for life that we want our students to experience. Thank you.
Thank you. Ann Craig is next. Sorry.
Greetings, I'm Ann Craig. Sure. Greetings, I'm Ann Craig. I've been in Seguin for 4 years. I come by way of Oklahoma, Nebraska, and New York. And I hear tell that if it happens in Texas, it happens in the whole country. What goes in Texas, it goes for the whole country. This is a town where I would like to say what happens in Seguin changes Texas. And I want to encourage you to be very creative in your decision making and in your policy making. And the thing I would like to suggest to you in lieu of my speech is to take that list, because that list of banned books tells an entire story, book by book, title by title. Publish it, share it with the library, share it with your friends, put it out so that people know what is being banned. Not just that books are being banned, but they know the books and how absurd the books that are being banned really are. And you know, we owe it to our children. The reality and the consequences of trying to hide the reality that children and young people are going through is that the suicide rate is going up. We need to stop that. We need to let kids know that we know their reality. When they don't go to the grown-ups because the grown-ups will not understand them, they go to each other and they often despair. We need to help our young people by saying, we know about your lives. These books are banned, but they tell a story about your lives and our lives. So be creative. We know you're in a corner with the laws that were passed, but be creative because Seguin can change history.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, next is Lynette D. Lennox.
I'll let you know when to start. When you have 1 minute, okay?
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
You can begin.
Okay, I want to talk about something deeply personal to me, the books in our library, especially those that contain explicit descriptions of sexual assault and physical abuse. As an adult who has suffered bad trauma and became a ward of the state, I have spent years in counseling working hard to rebuild myself to find peace and to put painful memories behind me. Yet, even just reading a few excerpts from these so-called healing books, all that it did was reopen wounds that I thought I had closed. I was like being forced to relive the worst moments of my life without warning and in a place that's supposed to be safe, our school library. Now, if that's how it affects me as an adult with a very developed brain and a support system and years of professional counseling, imagine what it would do to a child or a teenager. Their brains are still developing. They're still forming the understanding of love, trust, and consent and safety. When they encounter graphic depictions of abuse without the proper tools of maturity to process it, it could cause confusion, fear, and even normalize the violence and exploitation that they have already suffered. We often hear that these books are educational or that they build empathy. But empathy doesn't come from shock value or trauma reenactment. It comes from compassion, conversation, and self-guidance by y'all. Graphic sexual violence is not a lesson. It's rather a very disgusting trigger. It doesn't heal pain. It recreates it. I'm not saying that we should erase every difficult topic from our library shelves. There's a difference between addressing hard issues and exposing young readers to explicit trauma that their minds and hearts are not ready for. Libraries have a responsibility to
Time.
protect.
Thank you.
I wish I could have got the last one out. Thank you.
Thank you. Colette Brumbaugh. I'm so sorry if I mispronounced your name. I have a name that everyone mispronounces, so I know the feeling.
Pronounced it correctly.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. The reason I stand before you today is I am a mother of a son who was that was subjected to porn at a young, innocent age of 4, unbeknownst to me. He is now 42 years old, and this has been a lifelong struggle for him. And don't forget the mothers that suffer along with their children. Have you researched the effects of porn? American College of Pediatrics gives you a whole list of effects that follow them into adulthood. So if you allow this, whose voices are you listening to? Theirs or ours, whose children struggle and fight every day of their lives of the effects inflicted when they were young. You may see the lines on my face, but you don't see the tears I have shed or the scars on my heart. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. And now Barbara. Oh, Thaxton, I couldn't. You have very pretty handwriting, but it's too fancy for my eyes.
Sorry, it's old-fashioned. I have close tie to Seguin. I grew up in San Benito. Mr. Jim Barnes was my high school principal. So I'm happy to be here. If I had had access to some of the banned books that we have today, I'm thinking that I might have been aware of what can happen to a single girl or woman. I might have picked up some of the nuances that I didn't know. I was innocent. So a child will put down a book if the book is offensive to the child. That's true. I did many. So I would like to give our librarians and our teachers the benefit of the doubt and let them choose wisely.
Thank you. So I'll name the next 5 people and then I'll call you up. Connie Lippenholtz, Lori Davis, Jim Davis, Zachary Burkhalter, and Susie Carter. So Connie Lippenholtz.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me time to speak. My name is Connie Lippenholtz. I am a resident of Seguin, and my youngest also graduated from Seguin High School. I retired a couple years ago, 2 years ago, after over 20 years as a public school librarian. So I have been in that seat, and I understand in a very large district in San Antonio, and I understand how it feels to select books and try to select books that meet the needs of all of our readers. As the very first speaker noted, you have all different socioeconomic backgrounds, you have different, LGBTQ identifications, you have a massive variety of students in your district, across your district. And our job as a public librarian, as a public school librarian, and as a professional with a master's degree that is required by the state of Texas, our job is to make sure that we have a selection of materials for all of those students, not just for a select few. So first, I want to say thank you very much for establishing and utilizing policies that are designed to select the correct materials and to meet the demands of all of those students, as well as meeting the demands that the state has placed on all of our districts. But also the demands of our local community. That's what you're here for, right? You're elected by our local constituents, and that's who you're representing. And that's who we want to make sure is getting the materials that they deserve in our school libraries. Thank you for providing individual parents the opportunity to opt out of books that they don't want their children to read, because that's what it boils down to. If you don't want your child to read something, there's a process that they can opt out for those students. But they shouldn't be making those decisions for all of the students across the board. Thank you. Have a good night.
Sorry, thank you. Next, we have Lori Davis. That one I could pronounce.
Thank you.
You may begin.
My name is Lori, and I don't know what you hold to as far as your faith is concerned, but the fact is there is a creator. And if there's a clock, there's a clockmaker. And the thing is that there's a creator that each one of us are going to be held accountable for and that we'll have to stand before. And the late Charlie Kirk said, "I'm flesh and bone, but more importantly, I'm a soul. And that soul is accountable to one being, and it's a holy God. You each have been blessed with authority and power But more than that, children are placed in your care. And that is something very precious to our Lord. You will answer for that care, whether you protected or harmed them, and right now they're being harmed. It is under that watch care, and it is your responsibility. Scripture warns that Matthew says, whoever causes one of these little ones who believe in me to sin, it is better for him that a heavy millstone be hung around his neck, and that he be drowned in the depths of the sea. I care for you, and I care that you do the right thing for our children. And just in case you haven't heard the gospel, we all have fallen short of a holy God. We've all broken God's law. We've lied, stolen, something even small, and we've all taken the Lord's God's name in vain. And that makes one a liar, a thief, and a blasphemer. And that's just 3 of God's commands. We all have violated God's law, and if we stood before him, our Creator, in a court of law, we would be found guilty, destined for separation from him and destined for hell. But Christ came in our defense. He took the punishment for our sin, died on the cross in our place. He died, buried, and rose, and is at the right hand of the Father. And when you put your trust in that work and that work alone, you're not only ushered into eternal life, but you're given a new heart with a spirit willing to please him. I urge you to accept him as your Savior, if you've not done so, and I
I'm
urge
sorry,
you to
that's
consider
time.
the gravity of these decisions you make and to do the right thing.
Thank you. Jim Davis.
I'll tell you when to start, sir. Sorry, I need to start the time. I
Now,
want to give you all.
if you can introduce yourself on the microphone so everyone can hear you. We don't want anybody to miss you, sir. There you go.
You may begin, sir. Thank you.
The U.S. is #1 in commercialized sexual exploitation. Our country has become the financial capital of the world in child pornography and child trafficking. It is the most well-financed slave trade in the world. It is the #1 producer of consumer of pornography, the co-owner of Pornhub. One of the world's largest porn sites is said to have an annual revenue of $97 billion. Seguin ISD contains 200 books that contain indecent and profane content. Public funds have purchased books with obscene content and sexually explicit material for minors and hidden it from the appropriate oversight of parents and taxpayers. Superintendents of school boards have the authority and the opportunity to turn off this present fire hydrant of indecent and profane material infecting the minds of upcoming generations. We do not want to be a bait for the pornography industry. All of these factors contribute to rob children of their innocence, to enslave minors to addictive behavior, sexual behavior, objectify women and dehumanize sexual intimacy in marriage, mutilate children's bodies with sex transitioning, and to denigrate the sanctity of those bodies made in the image of God, treating them as though they're disposable objects. Take the opportunity that recent legislation has given you in SB 13. Do the right thing before God, citizens, and the most precious resource that God has given to us. Promote good moral, mental, and emotional health to the hearts and minds of your students. True education of minors should promote honor, virtue, respect, dignity of others, and self-control. In the formative years, the brain has developed these qualities to produce good citizens. The consequences of promoting profane and indecent content to minors makes this issue an emergency.
That's
Thank
time,
you.
sir. Thank you.
Thank you. If you do wait for Linda to say to go and introduce yourself on the microphone so everyone can hear you, then they don't miss your introduction. I just want to make sure everybody gets that chance. So Zachary Burkhalter. Sorry.
Hi, good evening. I would like to start off by saying that I truly believe book bans to be completely antithetical to the American way. I don't believe that's who we are as a country, and that's not an unpopular opinion. I pulled several polls to understand where most Americans stand on the issue. One study done by Every Library Institute found that 83% of Americans believe in the right of freedom to read, and 80% believe it is not the right of other parents to decide what books are available to other students. NPR also did a poll showing that 64% oppose bans by school boards and 69% oppose them by state lawmakers. I think this is important to note because at a time when we are one of our most divided moments as a country, most Americans can agree on this. Those who seek censorship do not represent a majority of opinion. I can understand the worry that some parents may feel with what their children may access. However, I do believe this to be a parent's personal responsibility to guide their children as they see fit and withhold literature or media they deem unfit. Like 80% of Americans, give or take, I do not believe it is their right to do this to other people's children. I don't believe that it represents America, where freedom and exposure to diverse ideas has always been our strength. I believe that students here at Seguin ISD and any other public school have the right to access libraries and explore ideas. Some they may agree with and others may disagree with. And if we cannot expose ourselves to different ideas, how do we grow and how confident are we actually in the things that we believe? This is part of becoming an adult, maybe one of the most important parts. I think we'd be doing a serious disservice to our students at Seguin ISD by letting them go off into life without that. Thank you.
Thank you. Susie Carter.
You may begin, ma'am.
Okay. This is one of the books that you have in your libraries. It's called Sold, and it goes like this. And I wonder if you would like to read this to your children or have them read it to themselves. A man with lips like a fish comes into my room. He is squeezing my breast with his hand like someone shopping for a melon. I try to push him away, but he doesn't move. I close my eyes, the room pitches. I open my eyes and watch him squeeze my other breast and wonder, who is this? He buckles his belt. The fish lips man removes my dress. I wait for myself to protest, but nothing happens. Then he is on top of me, and something hot and inconsistent is between my legs. He grunts and struggles, trying to fit himself inside me. With a sudden thrust, I am torn in two. This is one of your books. It's only one of many like this. You want me to read another one? Okay. Here's one called Crank. Hands cover my mouth, rough, held my arms, strong tore my clothes, vicious. Fear danced down my spine, jolted my brain, dripped onto the ground. Is this what the kids need to be reading? Why are you still attempting to approve sexually explicit books like this, which are prohibited under the new laws of Texas? You've had since April and May to get your act together and start doing what the law says. Senate Bill 13 prohibits the acquisition or retention of materials and books like this, which are harmful, indecent, and profane in content. Also, are you aware, I'm sure you are, that Senate Bill 412 makes it easier to bring criminal charges against teachers,
That's your time, ma'am. Thank
librarians,
you.
etc.?
All right, the next 5 speakers are John S. Carter, Jamie Avon, Mark Cadell, Patricia Buckley, and Michelle Sangerhausen. I tried with that pronunciation. All right, Mr. Carter.
You may begin, sir.
Why are you allowing books with pornography and smut in our schools? Pornography is addictive and harmful and should not be in schools. Why do you provide books to the children, young adults, that are not allowed in the Texas prison for inmates to read? Many of the books on your school reading list depict how to do unhealthy and unlawful things, such as using addictive drugs, incest, sex with minor, bestiality, necrophilia, torture, and murder. Are you aware that pornography is addictive, causing brain shrinkage of the frontal lobe, resulting in reduced decision-making and impulse control. Also, porn creates a chemical cascade in the body that increased cravings for more vile porn, violent sex, and end up in murder, such as Jeffrey Dahmer and others. Books in your school, such as Crank and many more, should be immediately removed from the Seguin ISD. They are harmful to the students and many of the teachers. Weekly, there are reports of teachers sexually abusing students. The buck stops with you guys.
Thank you. Jamie Avon.
You may begin, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Jamie Avon. I am a retired Seguin ISD librarian. I was at the high school and Rodriguez for 17 years, plus I was also a classroom teacher. But all the time I was a librarian, the library is a place of refuge. It's a place for children to come and study and learn and read, of course. But, you know, parents have always had the ability to say, I don't want my child to read these books. Don't check these books out to my children. But they do not have the right to keep books away from other children. We are there to provide for all the children in all the different needs that they have. And the high school students, many of them are adults. They are 18. Some of them have children of their own, families of their own. They are trying to make it in the world. So our librarians are so important, and we need to trust them because they have the experience, they have the training, they study and read reviews and are so careful in the books that they purchase, and they use their budget money carefully, and they are there for their patrons, for their students, for all of them, not just for a select few. So please consider that when you are looking at the list of books to be approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark Cadell.
You may begin, sir.
Thank you. My name is Mark Cadell. I'm a retired teacher from Seguin. I taught for 31 years. I'd like to make a patriotic case against censorship. This coming July, we're going to celebrate the 250th anniversary of the beginning of the American Revolution, when the Declaration of Independence was adopted. And in that famous third paragraph, Jefferson not only makes the case that the colonists are capable of liberty and creating their own destiny, he went much, much farther and said that individual human beings possess the capacity for their own liberty, basically because they possess reason. So his justification for creating the United States was to enable people to be able to develop their talents, to have an experience of freedom. The words that he used were the pursuit of happiness. And by that he meant the capacity to actually make a life. And he went farther than that, just writing that when he was president, he justified the Louisiana Purchase because it was going to be an empire for liberty. He envisioned thousands and thousands of individual people who were living on small landholding, and that their experience of self-reliance, working with others, looking at their own talents, understanding the nature of work, understanding the nature of aspirations, and that was the perfect way to create the kind of citizens necessary for democracy. Jefferson and me believe in general human ability. Call it reason, whatever you might mean. You know, there's a moral capacity as well. So the point is that he wanted to create citizens capable not only of living their own lives.
That is your time, sir. Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, sir. Patricia Buckley.
You may begin, ma'am.
Hello, everyone. I'm Patricia Buckley. Before I retired, I had the privilege of being an instructional coach for Seguin High School. We were working on improving test scores, as we always are, as well as preparing our students for whatever life presented. As screen use increased, sustained reading skills decreased, and we constantly sought solutions so our students would not only be able to read lengthy documents and texts, but might actually enjoy doing so. Reading is something you have to train your brain to do, and in today's world of sound bites and TikTok videos, this is becoming a dying art. In an effort to keep students engaged in the exercise of reading, we sought high-interest pieces for them to read. We purchased books that would make students dialogue with the text, asking questions and practicing critical thinking skills, those needed for college entrance exams and for life in general. Sometimes students saw themselves in the book's heroes and heroines. Sometimes they learned empathy. Sometimes they simply were exposed to elements of society they had never experienced before. I was a sheltered kid, so reading some of these books would have better prepared me for the experiences I grappled with in college dorms: drugs, alcohol, depression, suicide, even rape. If I read a book as a teen where I saw how someone dealt with any of these things, I'd have been far more prepared for the world, the real world. Board members, I implore you to trust educators to help our students learn to use critical thinking skills when reading all texts, especially those on the College Board advanced placement exam lists. Books which make students think, challenge them. How will they ever learn if they're sheltered from thinking? And this last thought. Last week in church, we were told about the book of Judges and how graphic it is. If you're going to pull a graphic, violent book full of rape and murder and killing, pull the Bible.
Thank you. Michelle Singerhausen. Sorry, I hope I'm saying that correctly. No, I'm sorry. That's against our policy.
Let me start your time.
Thank you, Linda.
Hi.
Hi, Linda.
You may begin.
So everybody's talking about the parents having their rights for the kids to read what they want to read, and that's true. They can check it out based on what the parent's parental control is. What isn't under control is the books that are accessible for them to walk in and get off the shelf. So those books are open to anybody. I don't want anybody to force those books on my child or my grandchildren or my family members. You don't want us to take anything away from yours. I get that. I'm not trying to ban books. We're trying to do what's right for age-appropriate books for children. So it's up to you guys to control that. There's YA books that are not meant for children under 14 and 13 years old. Those books need to be looked at. They need to be looked at seriously. And if you want to go back and forth between right and wrong, look inside. Do you want your kids reading garbage? Take this garbage out. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the next five. Edie Cassell, Marissa Villarreal, Joyce Fox, Curtis Ford, Antoinette Mater? I'm so sorry. So, Edie Cassell.
You may begin, ma'am.
Hi. My name is Dr. Edie Cassell, and I'm here. I've been a resident of Seguin for about 4 years. I retired here after living in Indiana and Texas for many years. I came to Texas to teach at Texas A&M. I was a clinical associate professor in the Department of Teaching, Learning, and Culture at Texas A&M in College Station. And I say that just as a qualification to speak about the preparedness of our teachers and our school administrators. I really believe that we need to trust our Texas teachers, school librarians, school counselors, and school administrators. They are a highly qualified and heroic team who dedicate many years of their lives in training to educate, to protect, and to serve our children. We need to allow our school professionals to do their jobs and not allow partisan national politics to disrupt our schools. And finally, of course, I would like to thank you all for your dedication to our schools and our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Marissa Villarreal.
You may begin, ma'am.
Thank you. My name is Marisa Villarreal, retired here in Seguin, Texas after work for a religious organization in New York City for over 20 years. My family has been in Seguin for over 30 years, and that's why I chose to retire here, which is a great city. And I am here to raise my voice. Some people will think that it's a concern or an opinion, but basically it's a fear. It's a fear that when we claim to protect our children, we're actually neglecting their full education. That we are banning information that is critical to their well-being. Is fear also of the loss of trust and confidence that we should have in our teachers and the other persons that are in the lives of these children. I also fear that the stories of the people of color are being erased, are being vanished. I stand here, and it is not lost on me that I am one of the few people of color that are standing here. They used to say that they burned witches. They didn't. They murdered women. We can say we're banning books. We're not. We're silencing voices. We're erasing history. We're erasing the stories of people, the stories that really matter. I encourage you to dig deeper, to stand by your values, and to look at what is best for our children and the preparation of their lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Joyce Fox.
Wait,
Just sorry if you'll do it right at the microphone, just so everyone can hear.
You
It's
can
very.
begin.
I don't know if you can tell, but when you're out there, it's very hard if you're not at the microphone. So
Joyce Fox. And
Just
I
a
have
moment.
not
Sorry,
lived-
sorry.
I need to start you, so.
Okay.
Yeah, we want.
I promise they'll let you talk in just a second.
Yes, I'm sorry. We're just trying to make sure everybody hears everyone's name and everybody gets their full 2 minutes. So
Take a breath, you're fine.
And I probably don't need 2 minutes.
Okay, well, here you go.
Okay. I'm a recent person, like the last 6 years, and I've been tutoring kids just in grade school, second, third, through RSVP for the past 4 years. So I've gotten to know the teachers and the librarians at the school. And my point is that our teachers have spent years on their education. They have years of experience, and I trust them to make decisions for our children. That's what they've been trained for. And if someone has a problem with a book that the teachers are having, we have Seguin ISD to take care of individual things, not blanket things. Thank you.
thank you. Curtis Ford.
You may begin, sir.
Good evening. I'm Curtis Ford. I'm an aerospace engineer. I was born in the same hospital as our President Donald J. Trump, Jamaica Hospital. Google it. I grew up in the inner city, though. I thank God for public libraries because it's how it inspired me to be an aerospace engineer and somebody who works in defense industry. The color purple inspired women of color to overcome extreme hardships. That might be something that might be banned by this body. Thank God for libraries because we say no to censorship. When I was a little boy, my class and I were not exposed to Black history for several years. I didn't know that a Black man, Garrett T. Morgan, invented the traffic light. I didn't know that Hedy Lamarr, a World War II actress, helped invent secure wireless communication. I didn't know that a World War II code breaker, Alan Turing, was gay. These are innovations that have inspired people and children so that they were able to see that somebody else is like me, that I could succeed. So in my opinion, there should be no dumbing down of education to placate the far right. Did you know that scientists like Leonardo da Vinci, rumored to be gay, and Galileo were censored for their scientific innovation and thought processes? We say yes to innovation and no to censorship. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Antoinette, is it Mater? Mata. I'm sorry. I need handwriting, reading lessons.
I have terrible
I will take them.
So
You may begin, ma'am.
hi, I'm Antoinette Mata. I have lived in Seguin for about a year-ish, but my business has been here for a few years. And so I didn't know this was happening. I was told about all of this last minute, and I was like, oh my goodness, this is not good. Y'all have been put in a tough position, deciding what books to allow. And, I think the issue comes into something we have to address to the state. We let this go by somehow, and now you guys have to make these hard decisions about what's going to be allowed in, what can the kids read. People are angry that you're not being tough enough. People are angry that we're being censored. So books to me meant that I could be a minority business owner. That opened up the possibility to me. I also was really, I learned through books what I didn't want to experience sexually at my age. My mother taught me that. She instilled it in me that I could make these decisions. My teachers were super influential in my life. They, allowed me to find my voice in books. I think it's a really slippery slope when we have to censor what is being read. It's also just a tough thing that we're seeing in the world right now. I think allowing children to expand their minds, educate themselves, try to find the positive and negative things that they want to experience through books is super important. But I just want to thank you for the job y'all are doing, and I hope you do really pay attention to what you're allowing into the schools. I think it's important.
That's your time, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. So there are 2 speakers left. So I'll go ahead and announce those 2 names to be consistent here. Eric Norman and Megan Elliott. So, Mr. Norman.
You may begin, sir.
I'm here today to talk about some of the many issues I have with our counterparts who want to end the conversations that we need to have. Started by books that lawmakers have called immoral, pornographic, and inappropriate. I'm not opposed to making library book catalog listings available to the public, but I very much oppose empowering some parents at the expense of others, particularly when that power can be used under the guise of good faith, but can very easily lead to biased censorship. I applaud the level of involvement of parents who have time to do this work. It's not that I doubt the sincerity of your interest in protecting children, which I do. It's that policies like this put our kids at a disadvantage as they enter the real world, the larger world. The value of the human experience is in making connections. A good friend of mine recently defined empathy as not just having sympathy for someone else's experience, but doing something about it. The world of tomorrow is more multicultural, diverse, and global. Not preparing our students for that new world would be a mistake. Foolishness can mean not knowing about something, but ignorance, particularly making a conscious decision to remain ignorant, is a betrayal of education. After all, knowledge means to know, and robbing this community of opportunities to know more about the world around them is unacceptable. Seguin has a particularly dark past with unchallenged ignorance. Our district was one of, perhaps the last school district in Texas to integrate. So it's especially important that we right the wrongs of this community's past and ensure we don't silence conversations about the topics that make us uncomfortable. I want to be clear. Empowering efforts to censor the experience our children have is a slippery slope to indoctrination. If you want to limit your child's view of the world, that's your choice, but these values don't represent the whole of our community. It's bad enough our state legislature is passing on nonsense like this, but it's here at the local school board level where we have the chance to say enough is enough. I stand with the majority of people who have testified today in opposition to any step towards limiting access to information. Thank you.
Thank you. And Megan Elliott.
You may begin your time.
My name is Megan Elliott. I am a Lutheran pastor in Seguin and a mom of a Seguin ISD kiddo. Though my kid doesn't yet read, I do my best as a parent to make sure that the books that I read to him are ones from diverse voices. I want him to grow up knowing that not everyone sees or experiences the world in the same way that he does, and see his own experiences mirrored in the pages that he reads, no matter where his path might take him. Removing and banning books from libraries stands against my freedoms as an American and my values as a Christian. Stories and books make our world larger, grow our compassion and empathy, and expand our view beyond the horizon of our own limited experience. Reading about different subject matters gives students understanding for others. It also gives young folks who have had a difficult journey themselves the language and words to speak about their experiences. It lets them know that they are not alone and gives them strength and courage to share their own stories. As a Christian, I believe that the stories in the Bible are powerful. However, if the presence of mature and difficult themes is what should get a book banned, then we'd have to ban the Bible as well. Rape, incest, polygamy, torture, violence. Our Christian holy scriptures are filled with stories that were they to show up anywhere else would immediately get them added to a banned book list. However, if the presence of these themes isn't actually the issue, then a more nuanced look is called for in regard to exactly what the law demands. As a parent and a Christian, I do not support banning books from our library shelves. I trust the wisdom and guidance of our librarians to help our students find books that give voice to their own stories, help them develop critical thinking skills, and expand and grow in their view of the world. Thank you.
Thank you. That's our last speaker this evening. I want to thank everyone who came to speak tonight. I know it's not always easy to put yourself out there, and I've been on the other side of that podium, so I do understand. Moving on to, I'm sorry, did you have something, Doctor? Okay. Moving on to item 3, closed session. The board will adjourn into closed session pursuant to the following sections of the Texas Open Meetings Act. Pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, 551.074, and 551.129, consultation with legal counsel, including possible telephone consultation with legal counsel as necessary, to address legal concerns, implication, and answer any legal questions regarding posted agenda items. 1, safety audit findings. Then B, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074, discuss personnel matters, including appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of an employee or employees. C, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.072, discuss the sale, purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property. D, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.0821, deliberation regarding public school students. We go into closed session at 6:52 p.m. Thank you. So we will, we are embarking on this new schedule. So thank you for bearing with us this evening. There is no action from closed session. So we will move on to the pledges to the United States and Texas flag, followed by a moment of silence. Our pledge to the American flag will be led by Avery Romano, a kindergartner from Vogel. And for the Texas flag, Emmett Hins, an 8th grader at AJB. So you guys can come on up. Oh, right here, guys.
They're ready to come up.
I mean,
Let's go.
it's where the flag is. It makes sense.
Give me a microphone.
I know. All right, there we go.
What do I gotta do?
You're going to say the Pledge of Allegiance.
Of the American flag?
You want to just hold it? Here you go.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Awesome. Now you're going to give him the microphone. And he'll do the Texas flag. That was amazing.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Emmett. Now we'll take a moment of silence. Thank you. Moving on to recognition and campus presentations, we start with the superintendent report.
Board, first off, thank you for being here tonight. Board, thank you to our community members who are here tonight. I apologize that we are a little bit late. We had quite a bit of community participation at the beginning of our meeting, a little bit different than normal, and so we're a couple minutes behind. I apologize for that, but just wanted to say thank you for being here. A couple of quick announcements for everyone and some updates on what's going on across the district. First, for our parents, just want to say report cards were posted last week. If you've not gotten online to check that out, go right ahead and get that done so you can see how your students are doing. This Friday, as a reminder to everyone, is a student holiday. I hope that our students enjoy the 3-day weekend. Hopefully on Friday, even though it is a school holiday for students, that you'll join us in New Braunfels after trick-or-treating as our Matador football teams takes on the Unicorns. I was intentional not to wear any blue today. I see most people here also did not, so thank you for that. Our final home varsity football game of the regular season is next Friday, November 7th against MacArthur. I want to remind that students are required to bring their student IDs, and all students in pre-K through 8th must be accompanied by and seated with an adult at all times. We're at that time of the year where students' events are ramping up with fall festivals, book fairs, band and choir concerts, and more. Hope our community knows how much we appreciate their attendance and support for our students and staff. As a school district, we're teaming up with Seguin Works Transition Program and the San Antonio Food Bank for a food bank distribution this next Thursday, November 6th. Starting at 10 a.m. here at the administration building. If you are someone who wants to participate in that, registration is available on site. Great service to our community. As you may have heard, our district is transitioning to a new communications platform called Parent Square. I hope that you'll be on the lookout for additional information as our communications department rolls this out to all of our campuses in the coming months. The goal with Parent Square, parents and families, is to make it easy for you, a one-stop shop for any and all communication that comes from Seguin ISD so that you don't have to log into 3 different things to see what's going on in your children's classroom. So we hope that that is helpful. For our community, I want to say thank you to the Texas Agriculture Education and Heritage Center and the Guadalupe County Fair for hosting several field trips before our fall break. We are Matador proud of our students who participated as exhibitors and volunteers at the Guadalupe County Fair earlier this month. Congratulations to all of our students who won in their competitions. The Seguin Fire Department recently visited several of our schools for Fire Prevention Month. I want to say thank you, and I hope you know how much our students enjoyed that. We also had a walk, bike, or roll to school day at several of our schools. Special thank you to the City of Seguin, University Health, Safe Kids San Antonio, and the Alamo Area Metropolitan Planning Organization for putting on such a great event for our students. Also want to say thank you to Chick-fil-A for not only having tasty chicken now that you are open, but for inviting Mariachi Matador and our Naval JROTC to participate in their ribbon cutting ceremony last week. It was fantastic. Thank you to HEB Camp for hosting our 6th graders from Barnes and AJB. I know that they are having a great time and have had a great time. Academically, I want to say thank you to those who attended the Seguin High School College Fair last week. It's an excellent opportunity for our students to see what's possible for them after school, and we had many people who attended that, and it was just outstanding. We've been very lucky to have some wonderful visitors to our classrooms recently, including the TLU Financial Aid Counselor Carrie Hallmark, Attorney Hunter Hewell, and the Seguin Fire Department. I want to thank all of our community members who support and help our teachers in providing valuable lessons to our students. If you are interested in staying up to date on the latest happenings in our classroom, follow us closely on social media. We're sharing photos from our classrooms all across campuses. It's important to note that we're showing photos from classrooms. We want you to see what your students are learning and how they are learning in Seguin ISD as part of that work. Athletically, volleyball is the undefeated district champs. By district play starts this Thursday against John Jay at San Antonio ISD's Alamo Convocation Center. We don't have a time just yet, but stay tuned and we'll get that out as quickly as we can. Matador football is currently sitting 5th in district with 2 games to go, including New Braunfels this Friday and then a home game the following week. Our high school cross-country teams competed at the district level, and I'm proud to announce that the JV and varsity boys teams earned 2nd place. Adrian Rangel took the District 27 5A championship title and brought that home here, so congratulations to Adrian. The boys wrapped up their season this past week at regionals. Our boys and girls high school basketball teams have started their season. Middle school basketball starts next week. Congratulations to our middle school football and volleyball teams who are wrapping up all of their seasons, and congratulations to the Matador alumni who were recently added to the Seguin ISD Hall of Honor. Our CTE seniors visited several businesses today as part of Manufacturing Day to learn about industries and potential employment opportunities. I want to thank those businesses across Seguin for welcoming our students. Those partnerships are critical. Our health science technology students have started their clinical site rotations at local rehabilitation center, which provides them with real-world practical experience. Thank you to our Construction Trades Booster Club for donating several $1000s worth of hand tools to our construction students. They'll be able to take those tools with them after they graduate, giving them a leg up on future jobs. That's a community partnership we should be incredibly proud of. Best of luck to all of our CTE students who are competing in Business Professionals of America, HOSA, FFA, and Skills USA. We have some amazing things happening across fine arts, too. Congratulations to the 18 AJB art students who were selected for the Seguin Art League's first Student Spotlight Show. Congratulations to the AJB and Seguin High School theater departments on their recent productions of The Addams Family Jr. and Aladdin Jr. Our young Matadors were able to take in Aladdin Jr. at the high school, and I know that it was absolutely a success. There's not much more exciting than watching some of our young kids get excited about our older kids performing up on stage to see what they have to look forward to as they get older. If you had an opportunity to take in any of our fall band and choir concert at AJB, Barnes, and the high school, you know that we have some incredibly talented students. I'm incredibly proud of them and their directors. The Mighty Matador Marching Band has recently competed in several marching festivals, including the Midway Marching Festival, the Comal Classic Marching Contest, and the Region 12 Marching Contest, where they earned superior ratings and head to area this Saturday in Pflugerville. Seguin High School Color Guard received Outstanding Color Guard at the Midway Marching Festival. Our dance department was also invited to perform at a breast cancer awareness event. AJB's Ballet Folklorico also performed their inaugural dance at a recent school pep rally. And then finally, congratulations to all of the AJB and Seguin High School Theater Department staff and students who participated in the TLU 49-Hour Film Festival. They won Best Film and Best Ensemble. Lots of great things happening.
Thank you, Dr. Lee. Board member reports. We'll start with Mr. Bright.
Just to echo what Dr. Lee said, shout out to the volleyball team for all their hard work this season. They've been really putting into it, and I'm looking forward to seeing what they're doing in the off season. I was able to go to Aladdin Jr. I actually went during the day with some middle school kids and elementary school kids, and it was probably the most entertaining show because the crowd actually interacted with the people on stage, and you could totally see how the people on stage or the students on stage were really fed off of that. So it was really good to see that. Thank you to the construction boosters for their tool distribution. I know that makes a world of difference to those young students who are embarking in that path. And then thank you to the AJB PTC for doing snow cones at lunch last Friday. That was pretty cool. I gotta tell you though, Mr. Gonzalez runs a tight ship over there at 6th grade lunch. Like it's impressive. So thank you for all your hard work over there, and the Hall of Honor thing, I went to that too, and that was really great to see that. I will note that the PJ, he's one of 2 people who came out of the CFPO league that a lot of our students play in. He's one of 2 people out of that entire league for all of the area to make it to the NFL. So real proud about it. Real proud of him for doing all that hard work that he's been doing. So, and that's it.
Highlight for me was the bike walk and roll day. Probably a low light too, as I should have chosen to walk or bike and instead decided to roll on roller skates. My birthday parties in elementary school didn't hold true and held up onto the fence a lot while greeting students. But the highlight really was, so if you see any videos, just ignore them because they're not great. But the highlight really is to be able to be part of the car line and see the educators and how excited they were, the individual relationships that they have with the kiddos as they got out of the car, seeing the different personalities of kids, those that jumped out of the car, those ones that were still asleep in the car. But it was just a really good reminder for me is that as a school board, we do a lot of things that have to do with PowerPoints and paper, but to see our students in real life was awesome.
On 9/24, I met with Troy and Florin and some contractors from that are at McQueenie for a walkthrough at the new McQueenie Elementary School. That's coming along real well. Thank you for making some time to give me that tour. On 10/2 to 10/3, I attended the National Mexican American School Board Conference in San Antonio. Districts from Texas, California, Colorado, and New Mexico participated. Learned a lot. On 10/14, I attended the board development session. And on 10/17, I also attended the Seguin ISD Athletic Hall of Honor induction ceremony.
Thank you. Mr. Dwyer?
It's been busy as usual, construction meetings, board meetings. I won't bore you with all that stuff. I've got to do a lot of fun things, the shows at the schools. The one shout out I want to give is to the AJB football teams. They have 3 of their 4 football teams participating in the playoffs tonight and tomorrow. So go Toros and go Matadors.
I've been to everything from volleyball to football to plays, which was fantastic. Aladdin. And I just, in my job that I get paid to do, not that I don't enjoy this, I enjoy it immensely, highlight of my life. But I get to interview young people at the high school for our halftime interview at KWED. Shameless plug, I know, but listen to it, it's fantastic. But what I've learned, and I continue to learn from our students at the high school, is they have found a place to belong and a group to belong in. And usually it's kiddos that are involved in a lot of different things. But it's so wonderful to hear straight from their mouths what being a part of a group at the high school means to them, what they've learned from it. And it was just fantastic. And to highlight Aladdin once more, I did interview some theater students, and they actually did a scene from Aladdin, and then they sang a song a cappella, which they didn't sing it a cappella in the show, but they just did it. And only one person that sang was actually in that song. So they just did it, and it was fantastic. And I just appreciate so much, because I know that our fine arts and our extracurricular teachers just pour themselves into those students, and it shows. So thank you.
Right. A lot of my time is spent on visiting construction sites each week and watching the progress and things that are getting finished up at a lot of places. It's very exciting. one of the other big things that takes up my time is the Education Foundation. We're hot into the scholarships that they give out and just started our Mardi Gras campaign. So I'm excited about all of those. I really enjoyed the presentation of the tools when we were at the construction. I watched the kiddos unwrap all the stuff and put it in their toolbox. And then we got a picture of them with their tools in their belt. And they were so very proud of having their tools right with them. The Hall of Honor was exceptional to see how they honored the people there. One of my favorite places, however, though, is my home school in McQueenie. And I love to go read there. I love to feed the teachers and just whatever I can do to be on campus. I make lots of excuses. So that's kind of where my time goes. When I went to see Aladdin, too.
Thank you. Besides the board workshop and safety and security meeting, I got to go to the Seguin High School choir concert, the Barnes versus AJB football game, Aladdin Jr., which I saw all 8 times, and it was great. I also did the walk, bike, and roll with Lisa. And the other thing about the children is they had a lot of empathy and concern for us as they got out of the car, as we were clutching the fence. They're sweethearts. There is no video that exists of us and our roller skates. So thank you. We hope anyway. All right. Moving on to student, staff, board, and community recognition. Emily and Dr. Lee.
President Crittenden, Dr. Lee, trustees, I am very excited to introduce our 4 students of the month this evening. So October students of the month are from Vogel Elementary, McQueenie Elementary, AJB Middle School, and Mercer Blumberg Learning Center. So we're going to start with one of our pledge announcers, if you will, Vogel kindergartner Avery Romano. His teacher, Miss Larco, says she is lucky to have him in class. She described him as an amazing student with a kind heart, a positive attitude, a positive attitude that brightens the classroom. Avery is known for giving his best effort, clearly, treating everyone with respect, and serving as a role model for his classmates. His father is Leo Romano. Congratulations, Avery. Avery, you ready to take some pictures? All right, awesome. Everybody, come on up. I tell you, hold this. You stand right here. That's how we're going to start measuring kids. That's a good handshake. Strong. Yeah, strong. I believe it. He's hired. Oh, you'll see in a little bit. It's a surprise. Very curious. All right, 4th grader Lily Dempster, attends McQueenie Elementary. Lily is known for consistently setting a strong example through integrity, responsibility, leadership, and compassion. This conscientious student always strives to do her best. Her teachers say she embodies the matador spirit of excellence. Lily plays select softball in her free time and is the daughter of Amanda Rodriguez and Brian Dempster. Congratulations, Lily. You want one more? Sorry. All right, next I'd like to introduce Emmett Hins, and I apologize if I'm saying that wrong. I forgot to ask earlier. Is it Hins or Hines? Hins, I got it right. Hey. Okay, so Emmett Hins is an 8th grader at AJB Middle School. This young man has straight A's and perfect attendance, participates in theater and Spanish, and is among AJB students who have shown the most growth year to year. His principal, Mrs. Guzman, says he is well respected by his peers and admired by his teachers for his outstanding character and work ethic. Emmett's parents are Molly Hins and Nicholas Pitzel. Congratulations, Emmett. All right, I am excited to introduce another student with perfect attendance, MBLC junior Gavin Riojas. His principal, yeah. His principal, Dr. Duffick, says he is a model student who holds himself to a high standard, consistently comes to class with a good attitude, and is not afraid to ask for help. He is known for staying engaged, managing his time wisely, and being diligent, as well as kind, thoughtful, and respectful. Gavin's mother is Gina Casadas. Congratulations, Gavin. Y'all didn't know you were going to be in a picture this evening, did you? Surprise. Dr. Lee, do you want this? Okay. All right, I'm going to hand things over to Dr. Lee for the Apple Award.
Board, we have one more exciting person to recognize tonight. Here in Seguin ISD, we believe that exceptional students come from exceptional educators who show up every day with commitment, consistency, dedication, encouragement, and passion. These words perfectly describe this month's Superintendent's Apple Award recipient. For more than 10 years, she has served across several campuses and grade levels, leaving a lasting impact on hundreds of students. Her heart for children shows in the strong relationships she builds and in her constant belief that every student can grow. When new challenges arise, she rises higher. After changing grade levels in recent years, she once again embraced change this fall by restructuring her instructional block to support student success. Her principal, Ms. Rhonda Trainer Garcia, shared that she approaches every shift with confidence and with a positive attitude. Education is not easy work, yet she continues to adapt, overcome, and keep students at the center. Ms. Trainer Garcia says that she empowers her students to think critically, take ownership of their learning, and meet every challenge with confidence. She models the very qualities we hope to instill in our students: resilience, collaboration, and a love for learning. Her husband describes her as crazy passionate about teaching reading and best teaching practice. That passion is making waves beyond Seguin ISD, including several podcast interviews and recognition in Education Week. She's a Seguin ISD teacher, married to a Seguin ISD teacher, and a proud Seguin ISD parent of 3 Matadors learning and growing in our schools. This family believes in our mission and lives it daily. Please help me celebrate someone who makes Matador Nation the special place that it is, our October Superintendent's Apple Award recipient, Miss Laura Petronella.
All right, next we have our campus highlights. We're going to
President Critton, trustees. Oh, I am proud to introduce this month's campus highlights from AJB Middle School. AJB is in my district, District 2, and serves as a home campus for more than 800 Seguin ISD students in grades 6 through 8. AJB Principal Linda Guzman is here tonight to share details on how her staff is working toward one of our district goals regarding the college, career, or military readiness requirements. Mrs. Guzman, you have the floor.
Oh, we got to have some fun. Awesome. Well, good evening, President Crittenton. I don't know where she went. Dr. Lee, board members. It is my pleasure. You know, I always love to come up here, and if it's ever to highlight the wonderful staff I have and the amazing students, I'm going to take it. So I hope you do enjoy. We had a little bit of fun with this, but this is our mission. I guess this.
Good evening, AJB. Your mission, if you choose to accept it, involves preparing our students for college, career, and military readiness. Through innovative course offerings that give students hands-on experience, early exposure, and a strong foundation for success. You need to assemble a team. We know you will run into difficulties, but you will have our support. As always, if you succeed, our students will be ready in their pathway to high school success. This message will self-destruct in 3 seconds.
You ready? And we are ready for this mission. We are ready. Ready to go. Sorry, I can't keep them on. All right. Our mission, of course, is the district goal number 3, and that's preparing students for college and career military readiness. And so, of course, these are our agents for our mission possible, right? We have here Ms. Rawlinson, Principal of Ag, Principals of Arts and AV. Where is she at? There she is. We have Ms. Alexander. She is over Avid. We have Ms. Benavides, Principals of Information Technology. We have Ms. Garza, Principals of Engineering and Fundamentals of Computer Science. That is my Mission Possible team right here. All right, so our operation, CCMR, of course, it's to increase the percentage of graduates who meet the college, career, military readiness requirements from 59% to 80%, much higher. We're going to get much higher, by August of 2027. It is not just the high school goal. This starts with us. We are the ones that need to get our students ready, prepared, eager, excited for those pathways. Why CCMR in middle school? Builds early awareness of career pathways, engages students with real-world skills and applications, strengthens connections between core academics and future opportunities, and encourages college and career planning before high school.
So one of the things we're looking at 2 things at AGB. Of course, early CCMR with our kids and the pathways. So taking those courses their 8th grade year. Also, another part of CCMR is advanced academics. A lot of our students get their points on advanced academics. So we're putting a lot of work, Ms. Guzman, the admin team, to making sure that our classes have the rigor to prepare those kids when they go to high school. You know, they could take those AP Human Geography freshman year and get that point. Take Algebra 1 8th grade year. Take Spanish 1 and Spanish 2. Again, to open up their classes, course options in high school to take those CCMR, CTE classes as well. So what is CTE? CT is a sequence of courses that teaches students hands-on skills and knowledge for specific careers or trades, integrating technical knowledge with academics. These classes prepare students for both post-secondary education and direct entry into the workforce, covering a wide range of fields like agriculture, computer science, and engineering. So we want our kids to have those courses because we all know CCMR is changing. CT has changed over the years. The state has changed where they have to take those sequences, a level 1, 2, 3, and 4. If they could take it at the middle school, they're able to prepare for those IBCs in high school. Because if they start taking freshman year level 1 and take that IBC their senior year, the window is very tight to pass that IBC. But if they can take it their 8th grade year and finish that level 4 by their junior year, we can intervene if they need extra support to take those IBCs their seniors and get them to pass it to get that point for CCMR and the CTE.
Awesome. So this is our secret agent. I did not introduce him before, but he is Mr. Alvarez, our associate principal at AJB. Awesome. And so I know you just aren't here to hear me. I'm going to let my Mission Possible agents take it away. Ms. Robinson.
I get to go first. So I'm Ms. Rollison. This is my 4th year at AJB, but my 17th year teaching. My first 13 years was CTE. I was a high school agriculture teacher. So I was super excited when she brought me back into the agriculture classroom. I currently teach principles of agriculture as well as principles of arts, audiovisual, and technology communications. In my principles of agriculture class, we started out the year talking about FFA, what FFA has to offer for our students as far as leadership, teamwork, building those skills. We are moving into, you can switch, okay, yeah.
I should probably give this to you. Huh?
I will probably fast forward on accident. We're moving into our pathways now, talking about plant science, the history of agriculture, animal science, and we'll finish up with AgMech. Our kids are getting a wide variety of what agriculture has to offer, so by the time they do hit high school, they already know which pathway they're going to follow. That way we can end with our completers as seniors and get them internship opportunities as well as placement in careers if college is not their pathway. So let me move on and flip this. Oh, FFA. Sorry, I forgot I added that slide in. FFA is a fantastic national student-led organization that we have a chapter here in Seguin that is growing exponentially. They are very active. They compete in leadership development events, career development events, as well as stock shows. The leadership and the teamwork that these kids are getting together and they're leading their own chapter is amazing. I have one of my students here that is competing with them on the middle school level, allowing our 8th graders to be able to go in and compete with our high school kids. This is only building that network even stronger for our children. Now I'm going to flip to Principles of Arts, Audiovisual, and Technical Career, the mouthful that I teach. So this is actually a new class for me, and I've really enjoyed learning it this year and teaching it with my students. We have been going through business writing, teaching cover letters, resumes, thank you letters. In the pictures, Ms. Guzman was looking at them and she's like, why does this kid have instruments? These are parts of activities that our students were assigned to do where they could show their creativity in the classroom while delivering a message. And we've also done marketing plans. You can see my boys working on the business writing. Abram's in that picture and he's here tonight. But with this, I'm getting students ready not only for outside of high school in the business world, things that they're going to need to know, but we're getting them ready with audiovisual technology. We're going into the arts. We're getting the basics of arts. So I'm giving them a huge, well-rounded opportunity to understand what is available for them after high school. And I think that's, yep.
Awesome. Next, Ms. Garza.
Hi, I'm Ms. Garza. This is my 3rd year at AJB, my 7th year teaching. My first course is new this year. It is Principles of Applied Engineering, and our whole basis is a STEM-based class. So we like to introduce science, technology, engineering, and math all into our project. So we do
hands-on learning. They have to work through the engineering design process before we even start building anything. Once they create their idea with their group and they get feedback, they have to design it in 3D. And there's a rubric they have to follow, hit all their marks on it before they actually get to build the physical thing. When we get to our physical builds, they have to implement some physics. So if you see our roller coasters here, they had to do energy transfers, if it's actually functional, and that's how they're graded on, and how they work as a team. Our class is all hands-on, and how they collaborate with one another. Oh, yeah. So our one we just started was a foosball table, so they actually have to create all the characters, the legs, the layout, and make sure everything is measured out to how it's supposed to meet. And they had to create wooden dowels, and they had to actually make it functional with the score system on it. And that's what they just finished up actually today. We're exploring mechanical, electrical, and structural systems. So we talk about different supports. We talked about a whole unit over the careers in the engineering field and how it's not just one field. There's so many different branches. And so I like showing them that. They did a whole project. They created pamphlets and had to present them to the class. We focus on design, problem solving, and innovation. It applies engineering concepts to real-world challenges. So everything we do, I try to even incorporate with some of our 7th grade math teachers if they're struggling in a certain unit. I like to try to pull that into our class. My next class is Fundamentals of Computer Science. Our mission is to code, create, and lead the future through computer science. So what we're going through at the beginning was learning different programming languages, and the pictures where they're on the computer is actually them learning binary for the numbers. So they had to calculate a problem and then try to figure out in ones and zeros. So we did it through numbers and through letters. So they had to spell their name, try to read a message through the binary code. And then we also, the middle picture was Josue. He actually coded that. We were talking about conditionals, loops, algorithms, all in basic coding and learning all the different coding languages. And so that's a simplified version of all our code. And then we started learning about Excel spreadsheets and how to read through them, and going to start learning formulas, and we're just coding.
Fundamentals of computer science.
Oh,
that's yours. Sorry. Avid. Sorry. There's two screens. Oh.
Hi, so I am Mrs. Alexander. I've been teaching Avid for 4 years. I've been teaching for 17, so super excited when we got asked to do this presentation, because one of my biggest questions that I always get presented with is, what is Avid? So our Avid mission is to unlock our students' potential through determination, teamwork, and leadership. In Avid, our students don't just dream about it, we plan for it. So, Avid, why Avid? Avid stands for Advancement via Individual Determination, which means that we are aware that our students are college and career ready, but sometimes they have some challenges that they may be meeting. Avid's mission is to close the opportunity gap by preparing all students for college readiness and success. So how do we do this in our Avid class? We provide our students with Wicker strategies. Those are writing, inquiry, collaboration, organization, and reading throughout all subjects. We also provide structured support that may include tutorials during class time. We help build critical thinking and problem-solving skills as well. We encourage our students to peer collaborate with each other and to help mentor. We also teach organization, goal setting, and good study habits. We also promote that college and career ready mindset. As you can see, we have our framework here. We provide rigorous academic preparedness for our students, give them opportunity knowledge, and we also promote student agency. So here's some of our college-ready students. We like to say that in Avid, if you provide the vision for them, you give them the opportunity to be able to see it, they can envision it, then the opportunity for them to go to college is that much greater. So how do we do this? We give them opportunities to go to career and job fairs. We provide guest speakers and also college campus visits. In order to be able to see where you are going, they need to envision their future. Career readiness. Avid prepares students to be career ready by teaching skills such as communication, communication, teamwork, and problem solving. These skills prepare them to succeed in school and in their future jobs. This was an entrepreneur activity that we just finished up. They dove into entrepreneurs, anything and everything that had to do with it, and we incorporated it into a food truck activity. It was so awesome to see the final products. And lastly, September 12th was National Avid Day, where our students created because of Avid statements. Some of them were, I am college and career ready, I am successful, or I can dream big. Today I brought two of my students with me who have their because of Avid statements prepared for you today.
Yeah, if you're talking to the mic, the folks at home can hear you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nico Francis, and I've been in the AVID program for about 2 years now. The AVID program is helping me become a better student by teaching me important skills like staying organized, taking good notes, and asking smart questions. I've learned how to keep track of my work and manage my time better, which helps me not fall behind in my classes. Working with other students and groups also helps me share ideas, learn from different people, build stronger bonds, and it helps me with my communication skills. In the future, I think AVID will help me a lot when I go to high school and college. I already know how to study better and be more prepared for my harder classes. It also helps me think of what job I know I will be most successful in when the future comes and I'm older. AVID is giving me the tools and preparation I need to do well in school now and to reach my goals later on.
My name is Jocelyn. This is my second year of AVID, and AVID is helping me as a student by teaching us skills that help in the future and give us opportunities to learn about different schools and jobs. AVID is teaching important skills like note-taking that will help remember important details and asking questions that will help understand the lesson. Collaboration helps in communication and question asking, and exploring different careers and colleges will help us understand what to work towards. AVID helps me succeed in school, college, jobs, note-taking, and collaboration.
Awesome. Another piece to this is the military readiness, and this also helps. AVID emphasizes on self-discipline, goal setting, accountability, qualities essential for success in military. The pathway of awareness is students learn about all post-secondary pathways, including armed forces, and how to plan effectively for whichever mission they choose. This is something that we're kind of stepping into. Ms. Alexander has helped with on morning announcements on Wednesdays. We are highlighting college campus with just what their majors, what their focuses are. And so we're doing that with our different military branches as well. So it's pretty exciting to get going on that. All right, next, Ms. Benavides.
Hello, my name is Ms. Benavides. This is my 5th year at AJB and my 13th year teaching. And this year I am teaching Principles of Information Technology, or Principles of IT for short. Our mission is to equip students to navigate any digital mission so they become confident, capable, and tech-ready no matter what. In Principles of IT, they're developing computer literacy skills, the basics of using computers and then expanding on it, in order to be able to use those as they get older and go into different jobs. They build personal and interpersonal skills by working together and on their own. This class enhances reading, writing, computing, communication, and reasoning skills. It's a lot of problem solving. It's a lot of here's the problem, how can we fix it, what are the steps, and it explores a lot of careers. We started with careers, and every time we finish a project, we move on to different careers to see how they can use this later in life. And here is an example of us exploring careers. We had a project where students had to get a formula that a nursing student came up with to see if that formula would calculate systolic blood pressure. Well, that's new to them, so we invited Nurse Hall over, and she explained to us what systolic blood pressure was. Not only that, she taught us
how to take our blood pressure. And so in these pictures, you can see that's what they're doing here. And then we used real data that they created, compared it to the data from the formulas, all in this live spreadsheet, compared it, and we're able to determine if that formula actually matched the real data.
Really? You're right there. Go.
We got about a couple more minutes.
Okay. Hi, I'm Brinley Bryan, and I've only been in ag for about a year. I'm in Miss Rollison's class. And to go over some things that we've learned about the history of agriculture and how it came to be, starting all the way back from when people used to only hunt and gather their food. Being in agriculture has made me want to participate in FFA because of all of the different opportunities that you get and the experiences that it provides. More recently, we have learned about agriculture commodities grown in different countries and how different countries trade commodities and become dependent on each other because of them. That's probably it. I will be showing rabbits for FFA in January. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jace. I'm in FCS. I'm going to tell you why I think my class is important, because I will get a better understanding of binary coding, make games and websites, and solve complex problems. Thank you.
Hello, I am Abram Mendoza, and I want to talk about how principle of art, audio, and visual can benefit my future and everyone else's. It teaches me future skills that I need for writing or even talking, and it also helps with what I want to settle with in the future, and it gives me ideas on what I should do.
Hello, I am Josue, and I will be telling you about what I did in fundamentals of computer science, where coding helps me like figure out how to solve problems, code games, and animations.
You can see where their interests are at. Next. Y'all done? Come on, quickly.
Well, not only I don't got a little thing, so I'm just gonna eyeball it kind of ish. But not only has engineering taught me like a lot about teamwork and learning together with my other friends and classmates, it has also taught me how to like support different kind of building, bridges, and also different skyscrapers. Not only have I done different kind of projects is like the foosball table and a ramp, like a kind of like skyscraper ramp thing. That has taught me not only teamwork, but what to do in the future if we have another build sort of like that. And engineering, not only has we been using this website called Tinkercard, it's also made me build different kind of things like the Brooklyn Bridge as one, a Russian plane called the Su-27, and a foosball table. Not only have I gotten good grades in this class, but I would like to say this class has helped me a lot with knowing how engineering works and how support and how different buildings have different kind of supports for each kind of things. Thank you for your time.
Great job. You ready? They just keep coming. Sorry. Love it. Go ahead, sweetie. You ready? I don't know. You don't know? It's kind of stressful. Okay. You don't have to. You don't want to. Hold it.
My name is Kason Ulrich, and I'm in Principles of IT. And we've done a lot of fun assignments, like finding blood pressure, like researched about computer hardware, and troubleshooting VR headsets. This is stressful.
You're doing great.
The finding blood pressure assignment was kind of fun, but also sometimes frustrating, You had to pump it up to 160 and release it slowly and listen to the heartbeat at the same time. We researched the computer hardware. The hardware wasn't that hard to distinguish between what they were and what we thought they were. The VR headsets were pretty hard to use because there were specific sensors where the forehead goes that you had to touch or be very close to activate the headsets. Thank you for your time.
My name is Dahlia Pitzel, and I am a part of the Video Audio Communications Technology class. I'm sorry if I got that wrong. I enjoy this class because it prepared me for my future, and it talks about marketing, writing essays, citing evidence, and career paths, which prepares me for not only high school, college, and more than that. I also appreciate it because at least at the end of the day, I know, oh, I'm planning for the future. I know what I'm gonna do. I'm excited for that. And it's gonna cover so much that it's like, oh, I'm prepared. And that makes me a lot less nervous for the future.
Love it. Wow, that's awesome. Fresh from the audience. So, I mean, what can I say? Like, just hearing their passion, hearing the excitement, that is what we're here for, right? And so, thank you for letting me share my wonderful staff and students. The last slide is upcoming, and it's blank for a purpose because we have so many things on the works, and I'm just so happy that we were able to highlight some of those things. One of the ones that's in talks right now is junior ROTC. Talked about that military readiness. I'm excited. We're working together with the high school and just planning some great things. And as you can see, I'm hoping that we get more of these principal classes down to the middle school so we can ignite their fire and their excitement. So thank you again.
Thank you. Thank you, teachers, and thank you, all of you students. Like, yeah, come on, say hi.
Before you guys go, we just want to tell you, great job. Thank you.
Brody loves you.
Thank you.
It's like, it's either talking about pre-athletics or
It's amazing, and I told him, I said, take a picture.
yeah, I was thinking, he was talking about his food truck, their food truck, and I saw the pickles and chips. I'm like, oh, that was wings and waffles or something like that. Linda, Guzman, Miss Guzman.
All right, we are going to take a 5-minute recess. It's 8:34 p.m. I'll see you in 5 minutes. reconvene at 8:41 p.m. Sorry. Oh, next is item 7A, introduction of newly appointed administrators.
All right, board. As we start getting into a little bit more of the business piece of the agenda, one of the first items that we'll do is we'll introduce a couple of new administrators in the district. One brand new, one that has been here for a little bit and done some amazing work already, but was not able to make it when we introduced him back in July as part of that. Mr. Newman is out for a Title IX conference, which is why I'm filling in on some of the HR pieces of it. But I want to invite up real quick two individuals, Mr. Melvin Hadamick and Dr. Michael Duffick. If y'all guys would just come up here real quick, and I'll introduce you, and you can say who you are more than anything else. But we have Mr. Hadamick, who is our new high school assistant principal at Seguin High School, and then Dr. Michael Duffick, who is our MBLC principal. And so I'll let them just say hello so that you have an idea of who they are, and that we're excited to have them part of our Seguin ISD team.
Hi, good evening. I'm Melvin Hadamick, high school. Just want to say thank you to each of the board members, Dr. Lee, for your confidence and the opportunity to serve the students at Seguin High School.
Very well said. Michael Duffick, I can follow that. But yeah, just really appreciate the opportunity. Thankful and grateful for just kind of renewing my faith in education, the community, the school district, everything. So these last 3 months have been amazing. I really appreciate the confidence in me. So MBLC is a great place to be, and I'm super excited to see it continue to grow. So thank you.
Board, we really are. We're excited to have Mr. Hadamick and Dr. Duffick as part of this. Even more excited that they managed to stay the entire time so that we could get to this moment in the board meeting. So we'll jump out so you guys should shake hands real quick.
All right, moving on to 7B, personnel information professional employees.
Board, you also have included in your board packet information and acknowledgement of our individuals that we have hired and those that have resigned recently. Those are in your board packet. If you have any questions, happy to attempt to answer those as best possible.
All right, seeing no questions. Moving on to 7C, Seguin ISD Bilingual English as a Second Language Program, Evaluation in Texas English Language Proficiency Assessment, or TELPAS results. Dr. Ariola.
Is that the last slide? Not the first one. There we go. Oh, that's done. We're done. Nah, pretty good. Good evening, Board of Trustees, President Clinton, Dr. Lee. All right, we are here today to have our annual evaluation report. It is mandated by the State of Texas Code of Education to have an annual review of our program. So there are big three things that we're going to review today, as obviously is what kind of EB students are sitting in our classrooms. We're also going to review accountability ratings for our emerging bilinguals. Also talk about our TELPAS scores, which is a TELPAS test a student takes to measure their English language proficiency. And finally, to review and notify you guys of the bilingual exceptions and waivers that we'll be filing by this Friday. So let's get started. Just a reminder on our program types. I know we had a board workshop earlier, but just giving you guys a refresher that and what we have types of bilingual program at our campus. So bilingual education, that is happening obviously in our primarily in our elementaries with dual language one-way. Ball is all one-way students. They're all learning Spanish. We don't have the second language yet. And then 5th grade is the last cohort that is finishing the one-way program as they phase out into the two-way program. And then we have our dual language programs. Obviously, we all know that we have Rodriguez, Potlan, and Kinnicky who are implementing a full-way, two-way program, K-5. Then we have our ESL programming. Those are students that, too, are a different language than Spanish. So they have another language, Chinese, Ukrainian, and so they participate in ESL program. And then also ESL students are part now of our parent denials. Those are students and parents that could deny bilingual services in the dual language program and opt in for ESL programming. They also have the option to deny ESL program and get no programming at all, and so it'll be a true parent denial. And so when you see PD, that's what it means, parent denial. Okay, and then we do have our two different kinds of supports that we do in pre-K through second. It is content-based. That means the students are with one teacher, self-contained, and that teacher provides the instruction in all core subjects. Then we have a pull-out, and so that is for 3rd through 12th, and that is, most of the time those kids are departmentalized, so they get the ESL supports through their English language arts teacher. So those are the models that we have for our district. And this is a lot of numbers. In the past, you guys have asked for breakdowns between English and Spanish speakers, so I wanted to get this in front of you guys. But the big thing to look at here is the number, and I can't see that far away, so I have my cheat sheet over here. And I'm young, and my eyes are already going out. All right, so we have a total of 549 emerging bilinguals in our elementary. Our total of ESL students are 37. Also there, you'll see the number of Spanish speakers and English speakers in dual language, totaling to 717 students that we serve in dual language programming. So it is, I just was last week at Tabe, and it is one, they were talking about program sizes, and we are you're pretty there in what would be called a pretty big program for dual language. So it's good to hear that our program is doing well. Moving over now to our ESL numbers. So we do have students sitting in ESL programs at non-dual language campuses, and you see a breakdown there. So we have a total of 30 students service in ESL at non-dual language campuses, and I do the math for you guys for a total of 67 ESL students in elementary. The graphic to your right talks about our ESL students in secondary. It is broken down by AJB, Barnes, and Seguin. And so we have a total of 245 students with a total at the high total, and then 10 parent denials. At the high school, since we don't offer any more bilingual programming or dual language programming, the parents get an option again to either stay as an ESL student or truly deny services. And so that's why you see no parent denials in elementary, but you see them at the secondary because the parents opt out of any programming at the secondary level. In total, these numbers keep changing because we have Snapshot coming up on Friday. We have parent permissions still coming up. So numbers have been updated as we continue to work into this evening. So in total, we serve 1,093 emerging bilingual students in our district compared to 1,014 last year. That is 79 new EBs this year. And that's a pretty high number of emerging bilinguals coming to our district. Any questions on numbers or programming? All right, moving over to the second part of our presentation is looking at our data. So part of the annual report is that I present to you guys how our emerging bilinguals are performing on STAR tests in our EOCs. And so the reason this graphic is set up this way is TELPAS reclassification is based on approaches, not meets. I know we want our students to be able to be at meets, but to reclassify as an emerging bilingual, you have to essentially just pass the STAR test. And so the data is presented this way on the students that did not meet and met. The comparison here you have here, first of all, we have all of the district on top, then you have the different kind of programming. You have our bilingual students, and then our ESL students at the bottom. So as you can see here, guys, there is a lot of work to be done. I know we reviewed accountability last week, but obviously language also being compounded as an issue here, there is work to be done with our emergent bilinguals. So as you can tell here, there's a big gap on our EB programming and bilingual programming. Not so much on the bilingual side, but definitely on the ESL secondary component.
I have a question on that.
Yes, ma'am.
Where is the state average on that?
I know we have state averages, and so I didn't put them on here. I know it helped to give obviously a comparison of where the state's at. I'll go into more detail when it comes to TELPAS accountability and how we are here. I know there were some questions on it, but we'll definitely could add the state average on top of this. As we know, with our district accountability and where we are sitting with a letter grade, if we add the state on top of this, it would still be below, overall as a district. Moving on to math, and so these are our math scores again. Our EB students in the bilingual program do a slight better, compared to the rest of the students. Of course, it's a slight celebration there, but we would like to see, obviously, our EB students outperforming, or with their peers, but they do show a celebration here. Our math scores, this does include the algebra students who took it. Does not include the algebra. That is on the secondary EOC component. And we talked about this before. You lose those kids to the EOC, and so there's a bigger discrepancy when it comes to math with our emerging bilinguals. Moving over to the self-subject test for science and social studies. Again, bilingual programs in science in 5th grade, they, to par, a little bit outperforming their peers. But again, when it comes down to our ESL programming, there is a gap there to fill. Science in 8th grade, there's a lot of work to be done there. Science is vocabulary heavy, and emerging bilinguals are obviously struggling with language acquisition. This is something that Ms. Vela and I have been working with our secondary campuses to make rich language instruction classrooms to be able to bridge that gap. A lot of these science vocabulary words are cognates, they're similar, so that we should be able to bridge a lot of that vocabulary, but we just need to make a rich print environment, have the kids turn, talk, do instructional strategies so they could be able to manipulate the curriculum. Moving over to our STAR grades for science. Sorry, I misspoke on earlier, but this is, did I go next one? That one's right. Social studies in 8th grade. Obviously, we have they're all ESL programming. There is no bilingual anymore, so they're ESL, and there's an underperformance there. Moving over to our STAR EOC, this is algebra. Again, our 8th graders are included on this measure, but still overall, there's a gap there compared to our students and overall students and our EB, emerging bilingual students. Our EOC data for English 1 and English 2. EOC 1 does, this is where we start seeing the greater gaps. This is where we are RDA for TEA. We have to set in place a strategic plan to be able to help our English teachers and our students with performance here. This is where we see one of our greatest gaps identified in both for EOC 1 and EOC 2. Want to note something different, that those students that are new recent arrivals to the United States are exempt from English 1. So that actually is a denominator is smaller, right? But doesn't matter, right? I know they get exempt from it, but that means that the ones that are taking the EOC are still not passing it. And so this number will look less a number of tests because our emerging bilinguals that are recent arrivals are exempt from EOC 1. They do take the EOC 2 though. We get for the exempt from 1, but they have to take the EOC English 2. Moving over to biology and history, we see a little bit different here. We get closer, obviously, when it comes down to history, but obviously in science as well. Overall, our performance and passing rates are higher, but we still have that gap between our normal students and then our emerging bilingual students. Again, overall, this is where we're doing better, but we still have to be able to close that academic gap. All right, moving on to TELPAS. And so TELPAS is the assessment that emerging bilinguals take. This tracks a student's English development from year to year. And so they broke it down into 2 clusters. That's the way the state looks at it. K2 is one cluster and 312 is another. And so looking at here, the profile for our K12 mirrors what language development looks like. Again, K1, 2, they're just developing their language, so we have a lot of students in the beginner. 40% of our students are in the beginning range, with 39 in intermediate, and we have a couple advanced and advanced high. This is no more for language development, because again, in our program 2, we're enriching in Spanish, building their language, building a solid foundation in their first language, and transition them over to English. Then you almost see a little bit of the verse in 312, which is good. Now the kids are coming out of the beginning, which is good. Our 16% is actually lower, but still 16% is still higher on the state, so that number needs to be lower for our 3rd through 12 cluster. Intermediate, we have 43%. Again, a lot of those intermediate kids need to be now at the advanced and advanced high. The advanced high number know that once the students reclassify, they are no longer our AB students. And so the advanced high measure will always look smaller because once they leave, they don't count. They don't keep counting for us. They leave and they go out. But what we need to really see here is a little bit less beginner students, more kids in less kids a little bit intermediate, and moving more to the advanced. That's where we need to move some of our students. The TELPAS test has the famous speaking test. Kids have to speak to a microphone, have to respond to it. If you know, especially secondary students, they don't want to talk to a microphone. It's funny because they could be on their phone all day long, but when it comes to a test where the kids have to produce a response, they don't want to hear themselves speak. And so a lot of them, and I've reviewed some of the answers, or mumble or they skip it. And so we're working with our LPAC team to really build our students. You have to script your answer, you have to practice it, and you have to record. And so that's something that we've been working with our ESL specialists to identify the students last year that submitted recordings that were 0, to be able to say, hey, last year you didn't say nothing. And so this year we need to practice, script your answer out, and we're going to record. Expectation is that that you do so. So that is our TELPAS data. Looking over now at the growth, because that's obviously where they sit, but looking at other students moving levels. And so we have our TELPAS cluster for K2. This is how many kids are in each cluster. Proficiency level, we had 32%, 47 kids move 1 proficiency level. 23% in 312 moved up, 106% moved up 1 proficiency level. And this is what we're talking about. We want more kids to be able to move 2 proficiency levels, because in order to get the progress measure, kids have to move 2 proficiency levels. And so we see them moving in 1, which is great, but we need them to move in 2. All right. And so this is the last year where we're no longer going to be using how many levels they move. They're going to go to a composite score. So TELPAS will be calculated differently next year. Instead of moving proficiency levels, they have to move a whole composite score. And so going back to the old TELPAS accountability rules, to be changed again in 2028. So we're going to see 3 different measures going forward, apples to apples, and how we're no longer going to have 4 domains. We're going to have 5. So that in an extra one here. All right, I know I want to provide to you guys the accountability. Those students, campuses that have 10 students or more, EB students, generate a calculation for EB. So if the campus is not here, they didn't have 10 kids to be able to do that. This Friday at Snapshot, I will email those campuses that met the threshold, because we have, I think, Vogel sitting at 9. But on Friday, if they have 10 EB kids, the campus will have EB measures. So I know I forgot AJB, I added it back on there. The way the points work is to get 1 point, the campus have to just beat last year's percent score. So if they did not meet last year's percent score, they fell backwards. That's what we're trying to bring forward and say, we cannot go back. Our kids have to make growth. If they get 1 point, they just they improved last year's percent score. So they just went over the percent from last year. The 3 points and 4 points are targets that are set by the state at long-term measure. So they have measures for 2028 and then 2029. So they already have them really far out. And so if you meet that percent score, you get the 3 points. If you get the 4, then you get the 4 points. And so overall on our program, you could see here that majority of our programs are doing fairly well. Jefferson just had those 10, and this is the first time they're getting evaluated here, but they met the first target measure. Our dual language campus had the 4 out of 4, so good celebration there. Potlan had the 4 out of 4. Kinnicky did have 0 out of the 4. And so they fell backwards 3% points, and they didn't qualify for points. This is where we talk about accountability. Every single point counts. And so when you add those 4 points to your total accountability score, this could bump you over from, I think Kinnicky was at 88, 89. This one could bump you to the next grade level, or the next rating. AJB, again, 0. And then Barnes did get the 1 point. They met their percent score from last year, and the high school had 4 out of 4. I will share with you guys the cut scores, but just to give an idea, the cut score that you have to just meet for progress for the high school, the minimum of at least 3 points is 34%. 34% of your kids have to make progress in TELPAS. And obviously at middle school we have 44, and then elementary 49. So the state, without being disrespectful, also has a lower standard passing rate for EBs. So we're looking at accountability. We are meeting some of our measures. Is there work to be done? Yes. But the state already has a lower standard for how many percent growth we want for our EB students. All right, moving over to ESL waivers and exceptions. This was I was just working on this all day today, and so as a board, I have to notify you that we will be submitting waivers and exceptions for our district. What are waivers and exceptions? These are EB students who are being serviced by teachers that are not ESL certified. Okay, and so if they're not certified, we have to self-report to TEA, let them know that we have students that are not certified with ESL teachers. The numbers have changed to what originally was on your packet, but we had one bilingual teacher get certified, so great. So now we went from 5 to 4, and so I was able to recode those students. And then we had originally 30 teachers with the ESL waiver, and we're down to 27. So we had some folks get their ESL cert here in the last couple of months, and so we're able to reduce that. It is, the numbers do increase from last year. Part of it is some of the reporting that was done, I believe, was inaccurate from years past. And so that's one reason. The other reason, too, also is that we had a turnover at a lot of campuses. So we know is the teacher shortage that we have. We're barely getting enough teachers. We're having teachers also under the statement of eligibility who are not yet have finished a degree. So they can't even have their content test yet, so they can't even test for the ESL. So out of the 27 that are there, we have about 12 teachers who are doing their SOE or alternative programs. So they don't even have their regular content. So they will not be eligible to take their ESL test here. But we do have to have a plan to reduce the number of waivers and exceptions. And so the state has a 25% percent that we have to lower our ESL waivers and requires us as part of the submission to submit a plan. So this is some of the things that we have put together, and I want to thank, I know he's not here, but Mr. Newman, because him and I have been working together on how to collaborate to reduce those waivers. And so one of the things that we've done is we created a Google Classroom. All the teachers that we submitted waivers are in this Google Classroom. They got notified that, hey, there's a waiver for you, why the waiver is being implemented for them, and then their responsibility to help reduce get their certifications done. And so a couple of things that we've done with them is obviously we didn't just tell them to get certified. We've offered a couple of things. For example, some folks, I know they're busy, so I said, you know what, we purchased the self-guides for you to practice at home. So we bought those study guides for them to practice at home. We also paid for their self-paced online. You don't want to do the book, but you want to sit in the computer and do your trainings in your section, we'll pay for that. And also, we had some great partnerships with Judson ISD. Dr. Lila over at Judson does a fantastic job with her ESL Academy course. She has like a 97% passing rate of the people that go to her course. So we say, hey, can I send my teachers? She's like, by all means. And for free. I'm like, even better. So teachers signed up to go to those Saturday sessions there. TA does have virtual Saturday sessions, but that's 2 Saturdays. So I really try to sell the 1 Saturday instead of 2. But we do have teachers take advantage of it. And if teachers got their ESL cert by the 31st, we reimburse their complete test fees. So some folks did take advantage of that. We're trying to also help them incentivize this to reduce our waivers. And this is our part in responding to lowering the waivers for our district. So a lot of work going here. Just because the deadline's passed doesn't mean that that's okay. They don't have to do it. No, we're going to continue to check on them. What are you doing? When have you signed up for your test? The bilingual test is completely free this year. And so we told those 4 teachers, you just have to take it. It's free. And as many times. So you need to take advantage of it and take your test because there's a new rollout for a new test coming up, not this year, but the following year. So it's free for right now because it's like a trial basis for those teachers. Yes, ma'am.
Are parents notified in those classrooms that the teacher doesn't?
Right. So part of the earlier process with HR, because these teachers don't have a cert either, and so part of HR handles that, and so the parents should have a notification that the teachers are not certified, that they don't have a certified teacher, and so that is part of the documentation. It happens early in the year, and so HR handles that because they're not certified. But yes, they do get notified. All right, so we talked about all this data. This is the last slide to talk about on what are we doing as an emerging bilingual department. And so in elementary, there's a couple of things that we're focusing. These are our goals. Our language allocation plan and fidelity. There's been a lot of work behind this because coming into this position, some things were not being followed in our programming. So we have to make sure that we follow our program, follow the language allocation plan. We have signed up with Dr. Medina's group to follow the 6C framework for dual language best practices. So they've come for the last 2 years, and that's where we're implementing strategies in our dual language classrooms to have a rich environment for our students. And that is shown through the 5+ linguistic approach. And so we've been working with our teachers here. Every month we select one of those 6 framework skills, and we do walks, program walks, and we go see how they're being implemented at the campuses. We also worked on building oracy. We know that we have to continue to, that's the output component part of it. So we partnership with Summit K-12, Connect to Literacy. That training is happening this Friday, and that is that TELPAS prep. Being able to get our EB students on the computer, a platform that's similar to TELPAS, so they can practice taking TELPAS. Now, this is not just practice for TELPAS. This is it's also built with interventions for the students to be able to continue to get those supports. We're also taking advantage that it's also presented in the TELPAS platform way. We also have a couple of components with writing and vocabulary. We work on our dictado and our dictation. We are working district-wide on writing portfolios and be able to track our students' writing. And then our kinder and second grade dual language teachers have asked for a separate PLC time. And so I know they're nitty-gritty and planning at their campuses, but there's a lot of non-transferables or things that just specifically apply to dual language. So those teachers meet separately after school, and this sort of came out of their own, which is great. And so Ms. Gonzalez helps facilitate those meetings. So we look at what's different from the curriculum, what's separate just for dual language. And so much that they like it now, 345 wants to jump in. I'll welcome it. We'll facilitate it. But it's great that those teachers are continuing to plan also outside of school. In secondary, one of the things coming in straight to the beginning is we did not have a curriculum for our newcomers. Never should have been the case. And so I want to thank y'all because this year we got our ESL specialist. And so that person has been the key figure in implementing this, working both at AJB, Barnes, and at the high school. That curriculum is up and going, and that is Knowledge Links to Summit K-12. Also, the Foundations program the Wilson Reading System for Phonics, teaching our newcomers letter sounds from the beginning. We don't want to teach them with a little baby, a apple, kind of little thing. It's more at their level, more appropriate, and so those kids are learning how to decode in the letter sounds at the secondary level. We also have our ESOL 1 and ESOL 2 are the English classes for our emerging bilinguals, so they don't go straight to an English class. They go into English 1 and English 2 class that has the supports for the emerging bilingual, and so we have our ESL teacher there supporting them with text. These are 9th, 10th graders new to the country. We can't just give them a novel, right, because they won't be able to do it, so we have to help them, same content, but be able to tailor it to meet their needs. We talk about knowledge links. Again, that's using Summit K-12. You'll hear this new term, CBLI. That is the new term for sheltered instruction. For those of you in education, that was a term. The new term coming in is CBLI, which is content-based linguistic instruction. And so we are having Region 20 folks coming November and January to work on what we call like super PLCs to take our teachers on training on good shelter and structural strategies. We saw the scores in science, social studies, and it's not just the ELAR problem. We have to work with our EB kids in science, social studies, and the other core contents as well. But we have to be able to equip those teachers with the sheltered instructional strategies, or now the CBLI strategies. As a district, and I want to thank you all, some of you all have attended our dual language parent engagement series. We want to be able to show parents what our kids are doing and what they're going to learn. Our parents trust our kids to put them on the dual language program, and we want to be able to show back. This is what your kids are doing. This is where you can work with your kids, and we're here to help you with it. And so thank you all for those that have attended. They're growing every time they're growing. So now I think next time we have to get 2 rooms and even split between English and Spanish, but it's great to see that happen. The next one's in December, so I'll send you the invite for that. And then for our secondary students for 3 to 12, we're working with those parents. They don't know what they don't know. These are newcomer parents that don't know how to check the kids' grades. They don't know about credits. They don't know about credit recovery. So we're bringing the parents in to say, hey, this is how the education system works in the U.S. This is how we can help you. We have flyers. We have how-tos, videos to be able to help those parents navigate their child's education. Because, again, they don't know what they don't know, and we need to equip them with those parents' resources. Most of the time, they don't want to ask because, obviously, they're Spanish-speaking. But we break the barrier down of language. We meet with them and help them grow as a parent as well. All right. So that is our EB and ESL annual review. And I can take any questions if you have any.
I have one.
Of course.
And it's just if you still have something, because I used to, I was an ESL teacher and had to do my TELPAS training every year.
Yes, calibrations.
Anyway, do they still have the writing component?
So it used to be where you had to calibrate and that you had to collect the writing samples.
Yes.
The writing has moved completely online.
Okay.
And so whenever Star started going to the computer, the writing component yes, they have to type it. Which again, it's a whole skill that we have to teach your kids. Before you just go type it, write your rough draft, write it out, work that way, and then type it, right? There's no time on Telpass, but we have to work on how to work on the writing. So there's no longer where we have to correct the 5 writing samples, all that. No, it is just done through. They do reading and writing combined. So the kids sometimes read a passage, answer some comprehension questions, then they answer some comprehension questions, but in writing format. But that's how writing is checked or tracked.
First of all, thank you for the report.
Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you.
The waivers is concerning.
It is.
Every year, so is special ed. But having said that, the important thing is that there's a plan in place to move forward, which is good.
Yes. We're trying to help our teachers out, really, to get get certified.
And also, we need to understand that this particular segment of students, we hear in the news about all the political climate going on. We see it, but they're actually living it. So that's another added stress that they have to go through.
Yep. Something I want to share with y'all. Out of our 1,093 EB students, 226 are recent arrivals within the last 3 years. So it's about 20% of our EBs. Get an idea of how much they're struggling with just acquisition and in the United States. So it's a number, but it's a big number. Thank you.
With our recent arrivals, are those clustered in any particular part of the grades, or do we just
good
get them in
question.
all
Good question. So we try to cluster them as much as possible, and so we're experiencing higher numbers this year. And so this year already I'm getting to a point where they're starting to be in different campuses. So now I'm finding myself not thin, but trying to provide support over at Vogel, support over at Kinnicky, support over at McQueenie. There are not dual language campuses. And so there's obviously good conversations to talk about how more we could mainstream. Now parents deny services, so then they go to their home campus. And so we need to have a conversation of if they deny services, can they still stay at a dual language campus, but stay in the ESL classroom? Because we have a lot of supports already in the dual language classroom. It's when we start sending them back. But again, it's also a whole transfer student count seat question, because then we start taking up seats for kids that they should technically go to the home campus. But that's a really good question, and we'll bring it up at strategic planning.
Well, and when we used to have sort of a group of students that all spoke, I think it was Vietnamese, and they were at Weinert.
Right.
And so it was nice for them to have other people that spoke their same language, and they were all learning together.
Yep.
I didn't know if we had other students who were non-English and non-Spanish speakers, if they're from any particular
They're really
same countries.
small pockets. We really don't have groups, like we used to, like that. But we do, for example, we have a school specifically where I guess all the families and stuff are coming from a different country. They're all moving to that school. And so we see a grouping that way, but not for another foreign language. But we do have French at the high school, helping a French student be able to go through that. We do have 3 Ukrainian students that we're trying to help immerse in the language. And so, yeah, it's been fun.
Can you just clarify
Of
the
course.
classification of an emergent bilingual, an ESL student, and a dual language student?
Of course, definitely. Okay, so we went through the workshop. Remember, it starts with the parent language survey that the parents do when they register. If the parents there has 2 questions: what child is spoken at home, and what child does a student speak the most? If they put anything outside of English, that triggers for us to test them for emergent bilingual. So we have to test them to see their proficiency in, most of the, say example here, Spanish and English. If the student is dominant in English, the student does not qualify, so they don't qualify for services. If the student is dominant in the second language, sometimes they have some performance, so like a 1 in English, it's 1 through 4, and so the other language is higher, then they qualify to be an emergent bilingual. Now the parent gets a choice. What kind of programming do you want to go into? We have to start first with dual language, because the state says if there are 20 kids in the whole district, you have to offer a bilingual program. And so that's what we do. We follow our bilingual program. Our model for our bilingual program is dual language. And so we have given that parent that option. If the parent says, nope, I don't want dual language, I want to go into ESL, then they go into ESL. But if they say, nope, I don't want ESL, then they become a true parent denial. That means they just go into a gen ed classroom. And so that is how they get separate. Now remember, dual language education stops at 5th grade. Well, technically 6th grade, but since we don't have 6th grade in the elementaries, 6th grade and above, everybody transfers to ESL, because there's no longer bilingual services at the secondary level. But that is how they move up. Hope that answered your question.
I have a question kind of
Of course.
regarding that. With ESL and dual language,
Uh-huh.
you take the same kindergartner.
Mm-hmm.
Generalities, are they going to learn English faster being an ESL student or being in the bilingual program?
So I'll give an example, like a kindergartner, right? If I start lower, yes, they will. The ESL student will learn English faster because the programming language of instructions are two different approach, right? In a ESL classroom, you would think about it as an immersion, right? So no Spanish, we're gonna put them in, and they're gonna learn English. The model of dual language education is that we build them in their first native language. There's a lot of transferable skills. So if we build one native language first, the kids will be able to transfer into the second language. We know that language development takes time. It's not just going to happen in K1, 2. The research from Thomas and Collier says it actually goes into middle school. And so that's where we continue some of our dual language approach through our LOTE program. We really don't have dual language in middle school, but we have those kids go into, they get the credit, and they go into Spanish 2 in 6th grade. And they try to continue their language development process. But yes, the ESL student will learn English faster because they're being immersed in it, right? The parents have to make a choice. We have some students that parents analyze that parents say, I came to the United States to learn English. I can teach my kids Spanish. We try to let them know, hey, we can still save the first language and transition to the second language, but parents have choice in programming. But yes, sir, to answer your question, the ESL student will learn English faster.
Is there a push for dual language, or is it truly a choice? It's A or B, or is it we prefer A, but B is
So
the
research
choice?
prefers A in that let's try to keep, because remember the goal of dual language is to be also build biliteracy and bilingualism, right? And so being able to create students in both languages. And we can talk about the research that talked about if we build them in their native language, then they will grow in their second language. So that is the push that goes because the research shows and models that that's how our kids perform better compared to ESL. And I can share that research with you that shows the graphics of the different kind of programs and how ESL pull out or early exit. Our kids don't. Eventually, when they get to high school, middle school, they underperform. And we see that in the graphic because at the ESL, at the secondary level, we see our ESL kids struggle when they get to. I wish we could dual language to high school, but that's a whole other approach, y'all.
I just had a quick comment, and I'll follow up on another conversation. I won't take too long.
Sure.
I never understood the parent denial. I mean, I was like, why are people doing it? However, I had a good conversation with one of the parents, and she explained it to me very well. So I'll get with you later on that one.
Yep. Let's go back to the conversation. Some parents say, nope, I don't want a kid to learn. I'll teach in Spanish. Anything else? Awesome. Well, thank you all for your time. I appreciate it. Now I'm going to say the whole presentation in Spanish. You all ready? No, I'm just kidding. No. Thank you, guys. You guys have a good evening. Thank you. Yes, and I'll give you all a little sticker, so hope you enjoy it. Thank you, guys. Good evening. Yes.
Thank you.
That's our multilingual logo that we have. So, yep. If you need another one, let me know.
Thank you. All right, moving on to 7D, Seguin ISD bond construction update. Troy Spear and Liz Banks.
Good evening, board members, President Kritna, and Dr. Lee. I'm here to give you an update on the 2022 bond projects that are currently going on. Let me see, hopefully I can work this because Jeff wasn't helping me. Is he awake over there? Yeah. If I get this the right way. Okay, so we're going to discuss the transportation project, the Barnes Middle School project, the Ag Science, and the McQueening, which are the 4 projects that are currently going on. Transportation currently is 96% complete. The perimeter fence is complete. The asphalt driveway is complete. Renovation of the interior is complete. The punch walk occurred on October 9th, and they're probably about 90% finished with that. Contractor has minimal items to address. He has cleanup, paint touch-up, remounting of a smoke detector in an IDF room, clean the parking lot, and redo grass in certain areas. He also has a light for the parking lot that, when it came in, was slightly bent. We rejected it. We asked him to send it back and get a new one. That is supposed to be set this Thursday, so that's another item. The bus bay storage addition is complete, which you'll see in the photos following. The sidewalk's complete. Parking lots for the parking lot lights have been installed, and I told you about the one that was rejected. ADA inspector came out and the RAS did her inspection on October 15th and everything passed. We had no issues. So with that, you can see the parking lot that photos that show the layover, and I think it came out beautiful. They restriped it as well. This is another angle of the area, and you can see by the buildings where the administration is, and that parking area, all of it was redone. That is the bus. Let's see, we're trying to look for the laser. This section over is the new one that they added, which you can see the close-up here. And they finished. What you're seeing here is this plywood. This area right here, all the way down to the other side, is a storage area. So the plywood is going up against the wall so they can hang shelving and everything for it. This is the inside. This is one of the offices right here. And this is a meeting room. This is next to Faya's office. So this is her. She can have it for a conference room or whatever she wants to use it for. Again, another meeting area, smaller room. You see the monitor and another photo here. This is the outside landscaping. These trees are new. That, of course, has been there a while. And this is the area we talked about where I said the grass has to get redone. That's one of the punch list items. Now, with Barnes Middle School, work is approximately 97% complete. We have a date of substantial completion for October 20th. That was when we did our punch walk, so you just have some minor items to do. The parking lot and drop-off canopy are complete. The furniture has been moved in and is in place. Outdoor learning area is finished. The landscape is complete. The contractor is working on their punch list items, which consist of paint touch-up, door closures to ensure all doors close completely, clean up around Learning Center, and touch up on the flooring around the door jambs and other areas. So this is actually one of the things that I enjoy the most is when the kids come in, the first thing they say is, "Today is a good day." And then when they leave, the opposite side, it says, "Today was a good day." So I think that's very nice for them to have to look at coming in and out. This is your library right here, all the renovation with the ceilings and the carpet and everything, the furniture. And then here is, of course, the cafeteria, and then back there is your auditorium. And if you notice, you have some of the lights that you can see up here that they installed for during plays and other activities and stuff. But I think that the whole thing came out gorgeous as far as the flooring, the colors, and everything. Staff really love it. Here's a hallway, same coloring, flooring, and everything, just to give you an idea of how it looks. Music room right here. Excuse me, and they have plenty of storage for all their equipment right here. And this is the finished product. The kids are in here actually using this area. Kids also have an individual area where they can go in and play and practice, and it's just for a single, or you could do 2 people would fit in here, but it's soundproof as well. This is the wood shop area where you can see the hoses, so they attach to the various machines that are cutting the wood to draw the dust out to the outside collection. And then, of course, you have the overhead for the pickup area that was, I think, a main feature, and you can see how much shade it actually provides. I believe this picture was like at 2 o'clock, and it does a really great job. These are the 2 learning centers, or outdoor learning areas. This one is the one located by the cafeteria, which entries right there, and then outside towards around the back. This is the other one, and I'll show you a close-up of that, which is right here. So you have the butter sticks and then the covers, and they do have ceiling fans. And when we had the ceiling fans on, they work very well. You'd be surprised how much air they push. So those are the new outdoor learning areas, and I think they look really great as well. Excuse me, sorry. Yeah, takes saves a lot of hours over the summer for the custodial staff. I'm not sure what the AGB was for. So, ag science facility, that is approximately 60% complete. The large building has been erected. The siding is attached. Insulation installed in the ceilings is all complete. CMU blocks for the restroom and office has been erected. The water tank foundation has been installed, and the electrical work is approximately 30% complete in the livestock barn. The poultry building has been erected as well. Siding and roof have been installed on that. The CMU block work has started in the poultry building, although it's not going to go as high. It's just a couple of feet, or not even that, about a foot high, and then the pins go up. They did bring in the phase 3 electrical service, which I have photos of as well, and that replaces a single phase that was out there originally. So here you can see all the insulation. There's the part of the lighting started. There's more, but they have, like I said, they were 30% complete. So all the insulation's there. This was the CMU blocking went up, but they've painted that. Here's more of the CMU blocking. This is the restroom, storage areas, different items here. We are also going to, up top here, have a small second story area that's going to be put up here once they finish the work over here. This is the poultry barn, which is the smaller one next to it. And as I said, you can see the CMU blocking here, but from there, as you go up, it won't be all CMU blocking. It'll be the cage type or fencing, chicken wire. Is it? What's the wire? No. Right here, this is the foundation that they did for the tank. So this tank is going to hold approximately 162,000 gallons of water. As you can see, the large blue 6-inch PVC, it goes under and comes up here. This is going to be your pump area, and this will pump the water. The water comes in from out of the street, it fills the tank, and then it'll be pumped through for here. This is mainly for fire, and it has to have a rating of 2 hours of continuous pumping. That's why we have 162,000 gallons. Well, yes, it was. Correct. Yeah.
Was there not a well? There's not a well out there?
To fill the tank. It's a redundancy to fill the tank. Because everything has to come out from the tank.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Concrete's not cheap.
Yes. Again, more pictures of the large area. Again, and you can see where the buildings, there's going to be a lockers set right here. This is where they'll put their food for their animals. Inside this facility is going to be the steers and the goats, pigs. That's what this entire building's for. But on this end is more for the steers, and the other side is for the goats and the pigs. Yes, sorry, just that. This is actually a wash pin up, and then their pins go down the sides. And as you can see, these are, again, more of the pits for each individual animal. So there'll be one here, one here, one here, and then back there as well. And then right here, you can see where they brought in the 3-phase service and have it. And this is our main panel right here where we will come and distribute the power to our buildings. There will be, yes. We're going to come up with the dividers. Yes, they'll all be separate pins. I thought it was fencing. Well, I'm saying it's not. Yeah, it's not the CMU blocking. It's and then these will also get. They'll have like an individual heater above them as well to ensure that the animals are warm. Any questions about that one? The ag facility? It's going up pretty quick, and they're doing a fine job. So the McQueenie Elementary School, McQueenie is approximately 75% complete. I think it's actually more like 72, but we're going to count. Substantial completion will be the end of February right now is the way we're looking at it. Could possibly be earlier. I don't see it going into March. Flooring is approximately 30% complete. That is in sections A and B. That right now we're divided by 3 kind of sections in that project. So there's an A, a B, and a C. A is the one that is the furthest along, B is second, and then C is last. So majority of the work has already occurred in area A, and a lot of work, has occurred in B, and now C is where they're starting to tackle it more for the flooring and the tile and the ceiling. The kitchen area is approximately 60% complete, although that did change a little bit. They did put in most of the ovens and warmers and the equipment that goes in there up front. That's already been placed in there, so I'd say it's a little bit higher than 60% now. The brick and metal facade is approximately 75% complete, and the admin area is approximately 65% complete. When I say that, I mean total flooring, ceiling tile, all the components that go in the ceilings and all of that. We're currently working with TxDOT on traffic at FM 725. We may be required to work with them on a LOSA, which is like a local agreement, as we move forward, because we're going to have about 1,500 feet in front of the school that will be a turn-in lane, and we have a preliminary design. We hired Dunaway engineers. They went out there and did a survey. They finished that a week ago. They're starting to put it on plans, and they're going to turn it over to TxDOT, and we're going to do a preliminary review with TxDOT to see what they have to say about it, make any changes before we go for the initial permit request.
Board, you have on the agenda later on an action item that has to do with delegating authority so that we can sign those agreements if they're needed and it doesn't delay anything. So just FYI, that's one of the action items later in the meeting.
I have a question on that previous slide. Assuming that construction stays on time and the facility gets done in February of 2026, what happens between February and August with the facility?
So in February, when they finish, we're going to start bringing in the materials that are required for wheelbarrows and rakes and all that. We're going to do the FF&E, bring that in. We're going to test, do some final testing on the large tank that you saw to make sure that the water is running properly. Go through that, and then that's a good question. We have to meet with the group, the ag, and see about when they're bringing the animals in. We looked and thought about July, but it's our understanding that they may want to come in sooner because they don't have room for their animals at their house, and they may be borrowing a spot for it.
But that was a really good thing to
she
learn
said the
too. I
one
was glad I
I'm
didn't
sorry,
stop
she
because I
said-
wanted to know that too.
When you said the one before, because I was at McQueenie, so when you said the slide
Yeah,
before.
I know. I'm sorry.
Sorry, my
No,
apologies.
but that was good to know too because
Okay.
that should have been a question.
For McQueenie, so once we're complete, let's say we're substantially complete in February, we're going to have a punch list. The contractor's going to go in there and start working on our punch list. Around the same time, we are hoping to bring in furniture around March or April. Plus, we will be tying in some of our own IT equipment and things like that that we'll get. So March, April, May, we're hoping to bring in all the equipment we need. FF&E, we want to bring in probably, we can't really, we can bring in the FF&E equipment when it comes in. Hopefully that's May or June. There are items that we need to bring from the old McQueenie. Their art supplies, their musical instruments, other cabinets. Not a whole lot per se because we are buying new furniture, but that equipment will then move in June. So from the March to July, we are going to be bringing in equipment, some new, some from the other school. So. And that's the other thing is we're working on the training, but because they're still in school teaching, we're going to have to figure out the best time to take each group and train them. And then maybe we train 2 or 3, and then they can go and train others later. So we're looking at various options. Okay, so already went through McQueenie. Here are the photos. So this is the kitchen area. They have the freezers and coolers built in back here. Like I said, since this picture was taken about 6 days ago, maybe 7 days ago, all of this area now has the equipment in here, which are the serving line and the warmers and everything. And then the floor, of course, is finished and grouted. This shows you one of the restrooms, single unit, and the fixtures are going in, and you see the tile along the wall here. I wanted to show you the siding. So this is both metal siding and brick, matching, the colors similar. I think the metal siding looks really great. I think the brick looks nice as well. And right here is the fins. So on some of the pictures, you're going to see where you're going to see like steel pieces sticking out, but it's not completely finished. This is what it will look like. These are the fins that when the sun starts coming, it shades, but at the same time, it allows enough natural light in to do, what it's supposed to do. But it's a really nice look. Right here, this right here is going to be like I guess it's a learning, outdoor learning area. Is what you intended? Yeah. So this will be all done in concrete. And as you can see how it steps down where each of the students can sit on there. And this will all be concrete as well. And then the teacher can bring them out here and they can do whatever they need to do in an open atmosphere outside, which I think is a great concept. Here's another photo from a different angle, same thing where it steps down. This is the admin area. You can see the window storefronts have been put in. Like I said, the ceiling tiles are in, the lights are on and working. This is area A. And then towards the front, you can see where the counters are and where the people will come in. But just to give you an idea of how far along they are. And with that.
Tag team, yes. And Lisa, just to further talk about the February, there's going to be so much to do between February and August. There's going to be things that don't work. It's going to be great to have an opportunity that we're not trying to rush staff in there. So it'll be really good. These are for our financials. We do have a bond oversight committee next, Wednesday, November 5th. So I'm not even sure what today is, so that might be next week. And we are also scheduling the Barnes ribbon cutting. We're looking at the week before we get out for Thanksgiving break in November. And then for transportation, we're looking at December 1st. So y'all will be getting invitations for those. We really wanted to wait until the Barnes outdoor area was done because it's pretty cool. So Troy already went through the percent complete on these. I just wanted to point out that all of our projects, none of them are over budget. We will have a substantial amount at the end of these projects that the board will have an opportunity to decide what we're going to do with the remaining funds. We also have interest revenue on these that's substantial. So just as soon as we get to that point, y'all will be in the loop on that. I don't know if you have any questions on the numbers, I won't read them all to you. Safety fencing and equipment is 95% complete. The new McQueenie, like Troy said, is 72%. Barnes is at 98%. The ag science facility is at 55%, and the transportation facility is at 96%. For furniture, we're down to the end on that. We just did a reorder for some things that people wanted additional furniture at their campus, so Pfluger has been working on that. Plumbing and HVAC, we've done the first scope of this is pretty much complete. So we're looking for anything else we can do in that area. Same with technology infrastructure. Ruben's really gotten in the middle of that, so that one will be done quickly. And I also wanted to point out the bond consultant. We don't have a bond consultant anymore, but the manager, we do pay that salary with interest. So that's a question that's come out at Bond Oversight Committee meetings. So in case y'all didn't know that. Do y'all have any questions about anything on any of this for me or Troy? It's being installed. Like literally, I think that it might even be this week. I can check my email and tell you for sure, but yeah, we've been renting one since we had that mishap in the summer, but it was part of an insurance claim, so we paid the deductible and then our insurance covered the difference.
Can you go back to the previous slide?
Sure.
McQueenie,
Yes, sir.
paid to date 48 million. And they said, so that's about 88%, but that's only 75% completion. Is
Yeah,
that
so
gonna be enough?
you have to remember it's encumbered and paid. So we haven't paid 48 million, but we have a PO out there. So we do a PO for the whole amount. So that's including everything that's encumbered. So these are all the POs, the total of the POs, but we haven't necessarily paid 48 million.
So as of now, we're, like you mentioned earlier, we're within budget.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Is the budget available numbers that are there?
Mm-hmm.
Those are what the budget is probably over?
That's what's left.
That's what's left. It's
Yeah.
not assigned anywhere.
It's not assigned, but like we know from McQueenie that we're going to pay a substantial amount for the tech dot for the work out front. We still have furniture to come out of McQueenie, but we're going to be under budget substantially. So, and Dr. Lee did point out that is an action item later on the agenda.
Oh.
No, sir. Nope. Working on that now. So.
Real quick on the safety fencing and equipment.
Yeah.
With the new ballpark, that back corner where was bus storage for a little while.
Mm-hmm.
That's really dark at nighttime.
Yeah.
Or is there plans to put anything over there? Because I noticed that we have like 8.5 right there for safety fencing and equipment.
We discussed plans for that today, actually, at our SLT
Sorry.
meeting.
I guess my bad. And I was just also looking at some of the other fencing, fencing stuff that we have going on in some of the other campuses, like the Vogel fencing might need to be redone a little bit to help with parking, and some of the other fences need to be redone. Is there room for maybe to look at that?
Yeah, there's always room for us to look at everything that's out there. I think that as a district, on the heels of the Uvalde situation, there was a lot of push from districts across the state to immediately implement quite a few safety things. That's where this bond came from, ultimately, is part of that to ramp up security and safety and those types of things. I think that we have an opportunity to really look at our safety and security situation at the moment, which is part what we're going to start planning for some of that, because we have the bond money that is allocated specifically for those things. We cannot spend it on anything other than what it was approved in the legal language for the bond. So it's possible, yes, there could be. We have a lot of fencing that's just kind of there, if I'm being really honest. Like, there was a whole lot of fencing that just kind of went up that doesn't make necessarily a ton of sense, but we also don't want to just spend good money after bad money just because to make it look a little bit nicer if it still meets the requirements that we're sitting at, especially when we have other things that we want to look at, like controlled access to things, new security cameras, lighting, exterior lighting on our campuses. All of those things could potentially fall under safety and equipment. I think we just need a little bit of time to really look at it. We just started having this conversation, in the last week? Probably the last
formally,
week or so is when we, as this team, started really talking about it.
And just keep in mind, this was a total bond issuance. So these budget amounts were just they came about in 2021 when they were bond planning. We've done a little bit of movement, but this money is all part of this bond issuance that's very vague in general in the bond order, which was a very good practice. So the money can be moved very easily between all of these projects, and then y'all can reallocate at the end. So, yeah. Anything else?
All right. If there's nothing else, though, we'll move on to 6E CFB local first reading.
Yes, this is just the first reading of a change in our local policy. You'll vote on it next month. This just increases the capitalization threshold for assets from 5,000 to 10,000. These are the items that we depreciate over time. The federal threshold was 5,000, but has recently been changed to 10,000. So best practice would be to go ahead and change ours as well. It makes sense. Inflation over time, things get more expensive. So we may be wasting our time depreciating items that aren't worth our time. So.
Board, I do, Liz referenced this, that this is the first read of it. That will be our standard practice, is that when we have policy adoptions that are not immediate policy needs, we will bring that to you in one meeting as a first read, meaning you have it, you're not taking action, and then the next meeting it will be on your consent agenda as part of that work. In this case, it's a single policy, but we're trying to get into the process of having that policy in front of you twice before you actually vote on it.
Any questions? All right, moving on to 7F financial statements for September 2025.
Okay, so we have the general operating first. I wanted to point some things out about this because you are voting on a budget amendment in the consent agenda. If you remember, we started the year out with a $5.8 million deficit, and then in September, we did a budget amendment and we had a $7.4 million deficit. That included the QZAB payment being added in, a deductible for our property insurance for the weather damage here at central office, and also the increase to the employer contribution for medical insurance premiums. So you're going to see a budget amendment that will change that deficit to $8.1 million. Sounds bad. It's actually not that bad, or that's what I'm telling myself. So this budget amendment is going to include all of the raises that were given with the compensation plan that y'all approved. We wanted to run that and make sure that we got those salaries into the right functions. It's also going to include some revenue from the legislation. When we have a lot of changes in legislation, it takes some time for software to get caught up on us being able to pull the data. So there are some small numbers that I cannot pull yet, but it's not anything that's going to make a big difference. So most of that revenue is in there. Another thing that's in there that's kind of an outlier is Skyward, and this is a new software. This is, right now we're using two different systems. To put it simply, we have one system for our student and HR, and then one for business. And it is a source of a lot of issues in our district. I'm super excited that we're doing this. This is something I wanted when I first got here, and we have a great team for it now. So it will be a very heavy lift for our district next summer specifically, or I guess Ruben will start in January. But that is about $650,000. Most of that is a one-time cost that we will incur in this year. And then going forward, we will have to keep both Frontline and Munis on for a little while in the 26-27 school year. So we will have some fees tied to that. But once we just have Skyward, it's going to be less than half of what we're paying now for the two systems together. So it's going to cause us to really look at our systems and come up with some processes, and we're going to find funding. We're going to find things that we've missed because the two systems didn't talk. So that is in there. So we're going to be at 8.1, but some good news about that deficit going into the next school year is that some of those expenses are going to fall off. Like I said, Skyward's going to fall off. The insurance deductible, that's not an annual thing that we pay. It's going to be a total of about $1.4 million of that deficit that will not carry into the next year. So that's positive. And I also wanted to point out that as of today, we're down 94 kids than we were last year on this day. So that does affect our revenue, that's worth about $650,000 in revenue. So we run those reports every 6 weeks. I estimate the revenue every 6 weeks, and we will stay on top of that. We've also tightened up payroll substantially. So we're used to having a pretty big cushion in payroll here, mainly because our systems don't talk. We don't have a good system for knowing vacancies and how many people we really have. So Skyward is going to be great for that, but we have tightened up payroll and put less of a cushion there. So Sally's super nervous right now, so pray for her.
When
But
that Skyward comes in, do they
Mhm.
bring people to train?
yes, ma'am,
Mhm.
it will be big. Yeah, it will be big. There will be online training people on site. Yeah, I have not been through a software change. Ruben has.
Oh,
So we have the right
thank
guy
goodness.
here. And he and I both worked on Skyward before. So that will be nice.
I had the same question. You already answered it about Skyward as far as the training, because it's going to be a dramatic change, but especially for the parents also and the students and teachers.
Yeah, it's going to be a change, but it's so much better than what we have now. I think people are in a year, they're going to look back and go, I can't believe that we were doing all of those extra steps, and now it's this easy. Mm-hmm.
Is there a registration component to that?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
So
Do you want to say
everything.
anything about it, Ruben?
Yeah, if you don't mind, just
Yeah.
a couple of minutes. Yeah, so this, if when we move towards Skyward at this district, this will be my third district where I do a transition from a legacy system to Skyward Q, which is the product that we're looking at right now. It's called Skyward Cumulative. It's got a family portal, student portal, teacher portal, and the flexibility and the capability of those services for families is going to be great. It'll be a big lift. It'll be a big lift because any transition from one information system to the other is going to be a big lift. But like Liz says, it's going to be an opportunity for us to look internally as a district and set policy and procedure in place that aligns with this new information system. And right now, we're currently working in silos, kind of like what Liz mentioned. HR is in one place, business is in one place, and student information systems in another place. Yet we all have to report out to the state using one particular avenue, one particular system, right? So right now we're compiling, data validating, making sure that everything looks good, and then go ahead and letting it float up to the state. With one unified system, everybody looks at the same data, everybody collaborates in the same manner, and when the data does flow to the state, we're all collaborating and making sure that it's the correct thing.
So total job security for you, and you'll be here through the whole thing, right?
Sure. But just to reiterate that point, I think Liz is right. Parents and teachers will look back a while down the road and say, this is just so much easier for me to do. And I can focus on what's important, right? Technology should be working for us, and it shouldn't create layers of work for us. And I think this is the one right move in that direction. Yeah. Sorry.
Thank you.
So will the board eventually get a presentation on the Skyward?
Sure, absolutely.
Eventually?
Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, I was trying to look for something. I'm always looking
Mhm.
at both sides,
Mhm.
negative, and did not find anything
Mhm.
negative on the websites that I looked at from different school districts.
Yeah. Yep, absolutely. We can do that.
Yeah, I would label it as a negative. One of the biggest challenges will just be training.
Mhm.
And so when we look at next year's school calendar, we'll have to prioritize professional development. We'll have to prioritize some of this rollout and that work that happens. But that's just part of the process of us moving to a system that in the long run will be far more beneficial for the district and getting us to the level that we need to be in the way that we operate.
I have a question going back to the amendments for instruction and school
Yes, ma'am.
leadership. Just to make sure I'm understanding
Mhm.
this correctly, the state revenue increase is 2.7, which is that the amount that's directly related to the teacher
Retention allotment.
retention allotment?
Mhm.
And then it looks like we're paying out about 3 million, 2.7, and 300 with.
So there's some other things in there. Not to get in the weeds too much, but the state revenue is actually more than that. But I decreased another area that we use as a cushion. It's called TRS on behalf. So there's a journal entry that happens every month, and we expense a whole bunch of money, and then we bring a whole bunch of revenue in. And we when we're in the business office, we like to have that extra cushion, but we kind of have a large difference at the end of the year. So the state revenue was actually more than that 2.7 because there's several things going into each function. And then as far as the expense functions, most all of those amounts are salaries. The only other big thing in there is going to be Skyward, and that's going to be split between Function 11 and Function 53. We've typically only expensed that to Function 53, but we're going to put some of that in 11 because we can, and that helps our administrative cost ratio.
That makes sense. Thank you.
Does that make sense? Yeah.
I had some constituents reach out to see if our budget or any of our functions would be affected by the government shutdown or by
Oh,
any
yes.
of the...
Okay. So child nutrition, that's on the next page, and I've got a note to talk about that. The child nutrition budget looks good. It always does. We have a great child nutrition director, so I don't have to worry about it. But there was a federal shutdown, like Ms. Crittenden mentioned, in October. We use, of course, we have National School Lunch Program and the School Breakfast Program. We are CEP, which is Community Eligibility Provision, so all of our kids eat free. If you don't know that, you know that now. So what does this shutdown mean for us? It means business as usual. There's not really anything to do. If we turn in our reimbursements, our money may come slower, but that's all that we have to worry about at this point. I mean, they're even telling districts that aren't CEP that have people apply. We don't have to have parents apply here to keep applying just like normal. So nothing to worry about. Kids are still eating free. Nothing to change. And we do have a $1.7 million fund balance in that account in case something weird happened. So we're good.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Debt service fund, just keep in mind that we make payments in February and August, so that you see a large amount there unexpended, but that's why. Any other questions?
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
7G new vendors.
This is, again, just a list of vendors that have responded to requests for proposals. We may use them, we may not, but we can if we want to.
Any questions? Okay, thank you. I get to do the next one, and I don't get to practice these things, so. Do I just need to read each verse? Okay, so we have the Seguin ISD School Board Continuing Education Record. We have a minimum number of hours that we have to complete each year, and some of them are in particular subjects. So William Dwyer exceeded the required hours. Alejandro Guerra exceeded. Grace Miller exceeded. Linda Duncan exceeded. Denise Crittenden exceeded. Lisa Burns exceeded. And Josh Bright exceeded. So good job, everybody. That will be the only time from school that I'm
not a
made the honor roll.
competition.
I would never say that. It's only self-deprecation, not anybody else.
I just want to thank Nancy for putting all that together because she's the one behind the whole number.
Nancy keeps us on track with her extremely friendly reminders to get stuff done. And then they become not friendly when you don't do them. No, they're still friendly. Okay. Any questions or?
And we'll start all over again.
We will start all over again. Nothing like learning about cybersecurity. Don't click on that. That's the gist.
And don't touch the
click on it.
children. There you go.
All right. Moving on to 8 consent agenda items. Policy BE local states that the consent agenda shall include items of a routine and or recurring nature grouped together under one action item. All such items shall be acted upon by one vote without separate discussion unless a board member requests that an item be withdrawn for individual consideration. The remaining items shall be adopted under a single motion and vote as applicable. A, approval of board minutes of regular meeting September 23rd, 2025 and special meeting October 14th, 2025. B, approval of tax collection reports for September 2025. C, approval of proposed budget amendments for October 2025. D, approval of donations received for September 2025. E, approval of investment report for the first quarter ended September 30th, 2025. F, submission of class size waiver to the Texas Education Agency. And G, acknowledge Public Information Act requests September to October of 2025. Are there any items that a board member wants to pull from the consent agenda?
I would like to pull item C, approval of proposed budget amendment for October 2025 to be voted on separately.
All right, so we will pull item C. Any other items? Do I have a motion for the remaining items?
I move that we accept the consent agenda items except for item, what was it?
C.
C.
Second.
I heard Linda first. That is a motion from Mrs. Miller and a second from Ms. Duncan. Any further discussion? All in favor, raise your right hand. Opposed, same sign. Motion passes 7-0. So Ms. Banks, if you'll fill us in on item C.
Like I mentioned in the financials, it's mostly going to be raises for salaries. Those went into effect in September. And the additional state revenue. When I talked about the TRS on behalf in the revenue side, just remember that that also is a decrease on the expense side, so it's a wash. The total increase of the budget amendment is $719,000. But I'd love to answer any questions y'all have.
I just wanted to comment. I just feel like because of the amount of this budget amendment, I thought it was a good idea for us to vote on it separately, just because of the large amounts.
Yep. Yep.
Any other questions or comments? Okay. I'll accept a motion on that.
Okay, I move that we accept that we approve the proposed budget amendment for October 2025.
Second.
All right, I have a motion from Mrs. Miller and a second from Mr. Bright. Any further discussion? All in favor, raise your right hand. Opposed, same sign. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving on to action items. 9A, approval to purchase district library books. Jackie Silvius. Sorry, we saved you for 10 p.m.
Good evening, Board President, Dr. Lee, and Board of Trustees.
I got you.
All right, the recommendation, the Board of Trustees approval submission. Oh, I'm on the class size, sorry. With implementation of SB 13, the board shall consider that the list of library materials that have been donated or proposed by the administration district lead librarian for procurement. Do you have any questions?
Board, this is part of a new requirement. Typically, this would not come in front of you. Part of legislation changes have what has required that to come in front of you. One of the big sticking points that I'll help everybody out here. One of the big sticking points is that we now have to produce this list online for 30 days, I believe, prior to the board even having it. So you guys got this, I don't know, you probably got it about 3 weeks ago, a month ago or whatever, once it was posted. Once Miss Sylvia sends it to me, I then forward it on to you guys as part of that. It just now requires your vote for library materials as part of that new legislative change. And so you've got books on there. I do want to acknowledge that there was one change to the original packet compared to now. There was a book, Wu Yi Yang Guang, I probably said that totally wrong, that was actually an accidental piece on there. It's a Chinese translation of a Stephanie Meyer's book. I cannot remember what the name of the book is in English. Thank you, Midnight Sun. It is basically Twilight from one of the male characters' perspective rather than the female character perspective. Not that I have read that book, but and definitely not in Chinese.
I could phrase this as a question, but I don't want to put Ms. Sylvius in that position of why there's a particular book on the book list. So I'm just going to say it as a comment instead. There is one book on the list that I'm very concerned about. It is called Butt, B-U-T-T, for the notes, Nancy, B-U-T-T, and Faces. It's a picture book that just shows animals' rear ends and a face, and kids are supposed to guess which one it is. I think it's probably a hilarious book for a crazy uncle to give you, but I don't feel like it's appropriate material to be having in our libraries. So I would just request that we approve the list without Butt and Faces.
You know what?
You can discuss.
Well, that's what I wasn't sure if we were just like amending this. Usually when we get a list, we have to, just approve it. I'll be honest, with that one, I would totally have purchased that book from the PTC or whatever. So
I
she
know
can
that
explain it.
yes, I know that our elementary librarians have that book in their library. It's like the third book in the series, and it's a favorite. It's if you look at the book and you look through it, it's just a fun book that kids are taking off the shelf, and it may be that one book that they get that hooks them into reading. It's definitely not teaching the word but because they know that word. So I understand the word, but it was not, no pun intended. But it's kind of maybe that gateway book to, okay, this was good. What's my next book that I can get? So I understand, but it's just one of those good, humorous, elementary, funny books for kids.
They like the basic funny things anyway.
It's your basic bathroom humor.
I mean, y'all, if y'all have further questions, we'll take those before we make a motion. There might be other books people have questions on, so I want to make sure we ask.
Which part of that law requirement now is that we have to have it posted on the website for 30 days that allows for public comment from anybody in the community. Did we receive any public comment on our lists?
We did not. And
Okay.
along with that list, there's a form that you fill out if you have a question about one of the books and you talk about why it does not fall in line with the TSLAC collection development policy. But you're correct. We didn't have any concerns.
Thank you. I was not certain, so I wanted to make sure.
I'll make the motion that we approve the district library list with the exception of Butt and Faces.
Is there a second? Hearing none, I will accept another motion.
Move to accept the list as presented by administration.
Second.
I have a motion from Mr. Bright and a second from Mr. Guetta. Any further discussion? All right, all in favor, raise your right hands. Opposed, same sign. Motion passes 6-1 with Mrs. Burns as the one. And I'm pointing that out because that's the, no, I'm pointing that out because I just went to just went to a training and they were like, you should say what they are. So I just did. Thank you, TASB training. Sorry. And thank you, Ms. Sylvius, for staying with us and for all that work and for all the librarians. Yes.
Thank you.
All right. 9B, consideration and possible action to approve resolution and delegate authority to administration to negotiate and approve the agreement between the Seguin Independent School District, a public independent school district, and the political subdivision of the state of Texas by and through its Board of Trustees and Texas Department of Transportation.
This is the agreement we referenced earlier. It just allows us to make improvements within the Texas Department of Transportation's right-of-way. It will outline the responsibilities, standards, and cost participation of the work.
Madam President, I move to approve the resolution and delegate authority to administration to negotiate and approve the agreement between the Seguin Independent School District, SISD, a public independent school district, and political subdivision of the state of Texas by and through its Board of Trustees and Texas Department of Transportation, TxDOT.
Second.
I have a motion for Ms. Duncan and a second for Mr. Dwyer. Is there any further discussion? All in favor, raise your right hand. Opposed, same sign. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, we'll all be signing that
So, yes,
afterwards.
I'll have your signatures for that resolution up here after we adjourn.
Board comments and requests. Do we have any?
I do have one.
Okay.
And it doesn't have to be like right away, but I like to take a tour of the facilities as they progress a little bit.
Yeah.
And I'm available on Fridays because I'm off that day. Now, it's not about me, but if we can make that happen. And I know Florin would love to take me, so. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Do I have any other comments or requests?
Thank you, Trustee Bright.
I have one comment. We are doing the trustee reading challenge again this year. So if you're on a campus and you would like a trustee to come and read, that is from pre-K all the way through 12th grade. We will come and read to any of them. Some of them are more of a challenge than others. I thought I could read a book in English and Spanish, and I learned that I was not maybe as good at it as I thought I would be. But the kids were awesome. So we hope that you'll invite us to whatever. And then the kids are doing their reading challenge starts in November for third graders. So there's going to be a campus challenge as well. So
We got 3 readings in already.
Awesome.
What? Yeah, McQueenie.
it's just started.
I just
Yeah.
walk over there and go.
I just want to say, as a dedicated Matador fan, go Matadors, beat New Braunfels.
I would like Mayor Dodgen to come home with a case of sausage. Yes, that is very true. Yes, go Matadors.
I just want to remind the board that tomorrow is that special ed Halloween carnival down here, and it's a really nice event that they have every year.
And we also start strategic planning tomorrow. Mañana.
Yes. And central office is a voting site. So if you are so inclined, that is something else you can do here. Any other comments?
Madam President, I move for adjournment.
Second.
I have a motion from Ms. Duncan and a second from Ms. Miller. All in favor, raise your right hand. Opposed, same sign. Motion passes 7-0. It is 10:15.